Hey everyone, Dumont Owen here, and we are on day 2 of the summit. Day 2, and I'm so excited to introduce this person to you because I've known Ben Joya now for I think 4 or 5 years. He's interviewed on my show more times than anyone else because he's always so good and always brings something new to the table. And he's also been on all 4 of my summits. And today he's bringing a really exciting presentation to you. So let me tell you a little bit about Ben, from a professional point of view. I love the title of what he's talking to you about today: Screw Book Sales, Inside Secrets to the 21st Century Publishing, and that most publishers don't want you to know. Okay, so thanks to Influence with the Heart method, Ben Joya's clients write great books in as little as 5 weeks. Enjoy 5-figure speaking. Yeah. There's something in front of that. Speaking opportunities and attract 6 to 7-figure consulting. That's even before publishing, and I know that's true. You haven't met him. If you haven't met him yet, Ben is a 4-time best-selling author, podcast, and international radio show host whose teachings are used by more than 100,000 leaders and game changers around the world. He's trained hundreds of millionaires at Stanford, helped a Fortune 100 company create a mindfulness and empathy video game for 20,000 people, and launched the world's largest magazine. And I didn't guess this when he said that the first time. The world's largest magazine is AARP. So with that, I'm going to bring Ben to the stage. So. Hey, Ben.
Hey, Dumont. Great to see you, and thank you so much for having me here.
Oh, you are always so good, and I'm so glad you're starting off the day. I mean, that's just the perfect way.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really an honor and a pleasure. And let me see if I can get the buttons to do what we want. All right, Dumont, I'm going to try plan B.
Okay. It looks like Rusty may have your slides up. Let me look. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Yes.
That was incredibly fast. Can I drive if they're up like this?
Can you drive? Yes, you should be. Are you in presenter view? Oh, wait, no, I have to. Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay.
Let me share my screen. Maybe that'll, or if I get out.
Hey, thanks everybody for your patience as we get the slides sorted here.
Hi Ben. The slides are from here, so I can go ahead and just give me a verbal cue, and I can just click on the next slide.
Okay, thank you. I think we're just the PDF is finally just uploading, but thank you for driving.
Okay, no problem. I'll be here.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring back the one.
Okay.
Okay, Ben, take it away.
Thank you. So, everybody, thanks again for your patience. And it's Ben Joya from InfluenceWithTheHeart.com. An honor and a pleasure to be here for day 2 of the 4th Digital Marketing Summit. Just really an honor and pleasure to be in the mix. We're talking today about screw book sales, right? Insider secrets to 21st century publishing that most people don't want you to know. Next slide, please. So did you know the world doesn't need your book? right? It doesn't need a new book. It needs your book. Next slide, please. Rooted in purpose, right? And keep going here. Slides. So forget book sales. Next slide, because instead you want to focus on getting clients, landing 5 to 6 figure speaking, and securing 6 to 7 figure consulting even before you publish. Next slide, please. So goodbye to publishing myths and overwhelm. And we'll keep going here and just say smiles invited and suffering not included. All right. Next slide, please. Right, a light mind is the right mind to write. And this is something that if you remember nothing else from today, or at least one of the few things that you remember from today, at least from my session, right? A light mind is the right mind to really do anything, write a book, have a difficult conversation, be a leader. So keep lightening your mind, keep smiling, because it helps you be in that space. It helps you let go when things are feeling sticky, especially around writing a book. Because there's no need for any of that stuff that you think is in your head to be in the way between you and getting your book done. So next slide, please. Remember, the psychology shows us willpower is finite, right? Decision fatigue is no joke. Motivation is fickle, unreliable, and dips throughout your day. And we're wired to seek patterns, conserve energy, and avoid discomfort, which is all a bunch of ways of saying it's really easy to get off track, especially when something feels uncomfortable, right? So smile, super duper important, because that is the huge game changer here. Next slide, please. If you're a purpose-driven leader, coach, consultant, speaker, trainer, entrepreneur, or small business owner, this experience will change your life. So thank you for being here, and really invite you to pay attention, be here, take notes, turn off the distractions, turn off the instant messengers, and just be here for the sessions and get the most that you can out of them. Next slide, please. But first, take everything in your mind that's in your mind out of it and put it in this box. Next slide. Because this is the other thing. If you only remember one other thing besides the smiling, remember this. Next slide, please. Quick math quiz. You're like, no, right? But we have to do a quick math quiz to make a point here. Right? Super important for your book and for your way of thinking about books. And this is why I say periodically, with love, book sales, screw book sales, because there's a much better way to go. So if you want to make $100,000 only from selling books, how many books do you think you have to sell? Next slide. You have to sell approximately 100,000 books, right? 100,000 books. That's like $1 royalty per book, which is kind of an average, especially if you're working with a traditional publisher, right? So if you want to sell those 100,000 books, right? You know, you have to sell 100,000 books to make the $100,000. How much do you think you need to spend in marketing and related costs to sell those 100,000 books? Well, it's a little crazy. You can easily spend $1 million on the marketing, right? $10 a book to get it sold. That's not unreasonable. It's $1 million, and it's really not good math if you think about it. Right, so next slide. That is some bad math, actually. And this is specifically what I teach my authors not to do. My authors to be. So here's a bunch of books that I've helped bring into the world. The process that we follow is my book on the top right, The Influence with a Heart Method. Being Brown in a Black and White World, top center. Anne-Marie got a speaking gig at Google thanks to her book. They didn't have a pre-existing relationship. Somebody at Google found her book, invited her to speak, and they paid her, which is really, really cool. Monica, which is Cost of Clutter, in the middle of the second row. Monica got a 5-figure speaking fee before her book was done because she followed my guidance about having conversations with her ideal clients about the book as she was writing it. Let's see, the guide selling system just made it onto Amazon. The promotion hasn't even started. Somebody else who I can't name specifically from this page got a 6-figure consulting gig before their book was done, also thanks to having conversations about the book. So really, really good stuff. And for me, this is why I say, screw book sales, right? Because all of these successes did not happen from selling books. So next slide, please. Thank you. Books have changed my life. This is a picture of me in southern Spain, in a little town in southern Spain, end of 2022, when I made the decision to move to Spain. And as of today, I'm almost a year and a half in, and one of the best decisions of my life. And books really changed my life and really helped me to get here and serve clients in the amazing ways with the amazing books that I've just shown you. So next slide, please. It wasn't always like this, as you can imagine, right? Or maybe you can't imagine. Let me tell you my story. So next slide. So I talk about my experience in India. The first time I went to India, when I was there for 2 months, and I ended up facing death 4 times in 72 hours, bus almost going off a cliff, or I should say a mountain road, and then running from a wildfire, encountering a poisonous snake, and then, what was the last one? Encountering a mountain lion. How can I forget that? That somehow ran off in the other direction, right? So really difficult experience, but something that also galvanized my purpose and drove me, inspired me is a better word, to really want to make a big difference in the world. The other challenge in all of this was I had a lot of debt at this time that I was waking up to wanting to serve a bigger purpose, because at that time, after that first India trip, I was at the tail end of a really long period of drug use, right? Good, dozen or so years. And I never thought it was a problem because I always had better jobs and was always getting paid more and doing really cool work. And of course, that stuff catches up with you. And, I hit my proverbial rock bottom. And in that, there was a whole lot of debt because drugs are expensive, right? And I needed to take money out of my 401k to recover from that whole experience. So books helped a lot. Writing my books helped a lot. Next slide, please. So some of you may know the story of how I was once asked to speak at Stanford University. Somebody found me on LinkedIn and said, "Hey, come at Stanford, speak at Stanford to these visiting business people from Australia." And I said, "Sure." And I signed the contract and I said, "By the way, I'm going to show up with autographed copies of my brand new book for all the people in the audience as a bonus to make it really memorable and special." And the event planner said, "Wow, that's amazing. They're going to love it." And I said, "You're welcome. It's my pleasure." Hung up the phone and went, "Oh, crap. I have to write that book that I just promised. And not only do I have to write the book, but I have to get it written, produced, printed, and shipped all within the space of 6 weeks, because that event at Stanford where I need the book is only 6 weeks away." So happy to say that I got the book done, got more speaking gigs, thanks to that experience from the event planning company. The audience company hired me to speak in Sydney, Australia the next year. Here, that's where this picture is from. And in all of that excitement and craziness, I also did something that I teach my authors to do, and you can remember to do this with your book, right? Is I got the cover designed, or yes, I got the cover designed. It was my book. Before the book was done, I put it up on LinkedIn. I said, "Hey, I'm super excited, right? Getting ready to release my next book. Please celebrate with me." And somebody reached out. It was a consultant doing a project with a Fortune 100 company, MIT, in a video game studio. They were making a mindfulness and empathy video game for a Fortune 100 company that was going to be played by 20,000 customer experience employees, if you can imagine that. Right? And they said, "Hey, we saw your book." And I'm like, "You didn't see my book. You only saw the cover of my book." I didn't say that out loud. But they said, "We saw your book. We'd like you to write the curriculum for the book." For the video game. I said, "Of course I'll write the curriculum for the video game." And that turned into 10 months of consulting with this Fortune 100 company, right? So it was these two experiences, the Stanford training into the Fortune 100 company video game. That's how I developed this business, how I developed what I call the Influence of the Heart method, right? How I help people in writing books. And this is why I say, and again, screw book sales. So next slide, please. So there are perceived problems and realities around writing books. And some of you may have been wondering, if you haven't heard me talk about this before, like, "Hey, this is the Digital Marketing Edge Summit, right? Why are you talking about books?" Books are central forever to human experience, or at least for our lifetime and several beyond now, right? They've been around for quite a long time. right? They're so embedded in our psyche, right? In our mythology, in our history, in our experience, right? So books are always great, even if we're in a hyper digital world, especially when we're in a hyper digital world, right? Because you imagine, a lot of things are happening digitally and your book is on somebody's desk. Hey, there you are again and again. They see you every day, right? That top of mind awareness. So when I talk about books, 99% of people said, Ben, I don't have time, right? But the reality of this, next slide, is that you can do your book in 20 minutes a day, 6 days a week, if you utilize approaches like I recommend. Talking to your ideal clients before the book is done to get clarity, right? Using dictation, because you can speak 750 words in 5 minutes, and 750 words is 3% of a 25,000 word book, right? Another perceived problem on the next slide, right, is taking things personally. So this is that inner game stuff around the book, imposter syndrome and judgment and shame and doubt and fear. And what if nobody reads it? And what is my family going to say? And what is my spouse going to say? What are my kids going to say? What are my parents going to say? Any of that stuff, right? Whatever that feeling is, that thought, that hesitation, whatever that is coming up, it's not personal, right? It feels like personal because it feels like it's inside you or in your head, right? But none of that stuff is personal. You didn't ask for that to show up, right? It's like getting an itch on your nose. You didn't ask for the itch to come up. You're like, I really want an itch right now. No, right? It's impersonal and impermanent. And what I recommend to people, like I said at the beginning, a light mind is the right mind to write. A light mind is also the right mind to not take things personally. Right. So when that imposter syndrome comes up, or that fear, or that anxiety, or that shame, or whatever that is, just recognize, oh, there's that, right? Relax, let your body relax, smile, breathe, go back to the writing, get the book done. Another perceived problem, next slide, is not sure if it's worth it. Right? People, I'm not sure if it's worth writing the book because it's so much time and, which I just disproved. And everybody else wrote a book around my topic too. I'm an accountant. There's all these accounting books out there, whatever the case may be, right? Your book, when done right, is arguably the single best investment you can make in your business. Next slide, please. Because when you make the investment in your book, right, in yourself, in your business, in your deeper understanding of your ideal client, every time you have a conversation with someone about your book, that person you speak with can become a client. They can become a referral partner. They can become a strategic partner, right? That's a huge reason, right? If you get your book into the hands of, let's say, 20 people who could totally take you up on your high ticket offer, and 2 of them said yes, if one of them said yes, would that be worth it? Probably yes, right? If you could get 1 extra new client a month because people are seeing your book, would that be worth it? Absolutely, right? If you could finally get this stuff out of your head and onto paper, would that be worth it? For a lot of people, that right there is amazing. Other things like legacy and impact. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. It is absolutely worth it to write your book. And you can turn your book into, I forget what I said. I might have a slide later for this. I can't remember. You can leverage your book into 39 other pieces of content, or you can leverage your book 39 different ways. Some of it is content, some of it is usage, licensing, repurposing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. Hey, so we just talked about the perceived problems, right, that I just debunked. Now we're actually going to talk about the actual challenges. I think I said actual twice. We're going to talk about the actual challenges in writing and publishing one's book, and the concurrent, if you will, or the complementary, I think is the word, paths to success. So next slide, please. So selling books, screw selling books, screw book sales, right? Instead, you want to do something which I even started talking about already. Next slide, please. Right, get clients, strategic partners, and referral partners before you're published or even finished by talking to people about your book. Get speaking gigs before your book is done by talking to people about your book. Invite people to buy your books before your book is published by talking about your book, right? A conference, a university, right? Include books in your speaking fee or your workshop fee, right? Don't sell a few books at the back of the room. Make sure everybody in the room walks out with a book. Tremendous, tremendous, tremendous. Next slide, please. Traditional publishing. Hey, 99% of people like you and me, people who run businesses like us, speakers, coaches, consultants, small business owners, certain kinds of leaders, certain kinds of solopreneurs, right? Traditional publishing is not the way to go. Don't do it, right? With traditional publishing, at least in North America, at least in the US, I believe in North America, Europe, I think is a mix. I can't speak for the rest of the world. As soon as you sign up with a traditional publisher, they own your book. They own your intellectual property, right? They're a publishing company, traditional publishing company, so their model is to sell books, right? So they very well might require you to sell a whole bunch of books, right? And if you're not rocking it digitally and tremendously, right? And even if you are rocking it tremendously digitally, it still could be about $10 a book to market that book. Hey, Demont.
I've been listening, Ben. You know, I keep going back to that episode on the mountain.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting because there was the service part of things from that, right? The inspiration, the call to service, and then I didn't say it in the story before, but I went back to India, right? Because something inside said, okay, go back, right? This is at the point of hitting rock bottom. And I had another really galvanizing experience where I did a 9-day hike with blisters on each of my Achilles tendons, through a whole bunch of, comedy, tragedy, not packing well, things like that. And what I clued into from that whole experience was really the difference between pain and suffering, because I had to walk those 144,000 steps in pain, right? But day 6 or so, I realized I didn't have to suffer with it anymore. I didn't have to add the judgment and the fear and the doubt and the self-recrimination and the self-flagellation and all those things, right?
Yes.
And 12 years later or so, maybe a little bit longer than that, I can't do math at this moment. Realize one, that pain versus suffering is an important distinction in life. And number 2, one doesn't have to suffer in writing their book as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Yeah. So that's why I keep talking about the smiling meditation.
Yeah, the smiling Buddha, I think of it. Yeah,
exactly. That's a great way to think of it. Thank you. Yeah. So just back to this, don't do traditional publishing recommendation of mine. Instead, you do want to do self-publishing, right? Most of the time, but you want to make sure it's with a company that does professional self-publishing, like a publishing company, but the legal and official relationship or designation, maybe is a better word, is that it is self-publishing. You own the intellectual property, you control all the stuff, you get all the royalties, and everything is under your account. Right? Next slide, please. So taking a guess, don't take a guess with your book, right? You might have the best thing ever. And if you're on this summit, you probably have something amazing that you want to share or are already sharing with the world. So thank you. And people might be getting brilliant results. And you're like, okay, I'm going to put that into a book. And then you put it into the book and it fails miserably.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen this time and time again. And there's a bunch of different potential reasons, right? Sometimes it's because the readability factor of the book is really low. Like the content is great, but it's just not engineered so well, right? It's not engineered for the ideal reader, ideal client, right? It's not delivered in their word or with their words, right? It's, the author didn't do a good job of helping the reader know that they're in the right place.
Yeah.
Right? And sometimes some people, when they go to write their book, right, instead of writing in their authentic voice in their book, they use a bunch of AI and it all sounds weird, right? which I don't recommend. AI is a great tool. Use it later, with your book at least. Another one is sometimes people, they have a writing voice that's different from their speaking voice,
Mhm.
right? Because maybe something, they had a terrible grammar school and high school experience, right? And maybe college too. And it's just like, oh, I got to do this thing with all this vocabulary, and is this the right word? And am I choosing the right punctuation? It's like, no, don't do that. If you feel yourself doing that, speak,
You
dictate.
know, you told me to record,
Mhm.
and once I started doing that, it made such a difference because then you're talking naturally.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you for saying that. Yeah, so next slide, please. So don't take a guess with your book, right? Know exactly what to write. And I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but talk to your ideal clients about the book you're writing,
Yeah.
right? So you are not taking a guess, right? You get it from the horse's mouth, the proverbial horse's mouth, what to include in your book, what not to include. And fingers crossed, that person soon becomes a client, partner, or referral opportunity for you. So next slide, please. Hey, other people are going to finish their book this year. I know we're already in May, but it is doable. At least how I help people do it. So why not you, of course? What are you waiting for? I always ask, right? Don't wait till you're dead because you can't do it then. And we don't know when that's going to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
And I hope everybody is paying attention to that last slide because and Ben, I actually have started writing some and started doing some stuff. So I will be seeking you out.
Nice. Congratulations. I'm really happy to hear that for you.
Yeah.
And I'm happy for the people who get to read your book as well.
Yeah.
That's super cool. That's super
Yeah,
cool.
we both have stories to share. We're are we done with the slideshow?
Almost. We've a couple more here, and then Rusty,
Okay.
thank you for driving flawlessly. Next slide, please. There are people who need you now more than ever, right? The world is a little extra wonky these days. If you haven't noticed, leadership is certainly lacking, right? And if you're even influencing one person to do or be or have a better experience, right, you are a leader. So do that, do more of that. Please write your book. Next slide. Hey, there's the book leverage tree. I did have this slide in here, right? So
wow.
Look at all the things that your book can become, right? So many of them, like instantaneously without having to
I can
recreate
make that bigger.
things. Yeah, it's super duper incredible, right? So I say to people, don't do all of this because it might drive you bananas, but do what's high leverage, easy first and foremost. Add a couple things, have your assistant do a couple other things, partner and collaborate to do a few other things.
Mm-hmm.
Get your book in as many hands as possible, and help shift the world a little bit more in a good direction. Next slide, please. Just one thing to do, begin to get it done if you've already begun, right? You might be pausing right now. And then one more slide, please. Let's chat. Maybe it's a couple more than one. Feel free to connect with me at influencewiththeheart.com/connect. I also have a really helpful assessment that can give you a sense in like 2 minutes of how much help you need or don't need or something in between about your book. Right? Influencewiththeheart.com/book success guaranteed. Influencewiththeheart.com/book success guaranteed.
And I have a link that I'll drop to it too.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And I think one final slide.
Okay, let's go for it.
Next slide, please.
Up to Rusty.
There we are. Thank you very much. So
Yeah.
So for
Oh, I love that.
Juman, for the next 2 minutes, I'd just love to ask, the live viewers and those who are catching this and recording, and I can be the timekeeper. For the next 2 minutes, just take a bunch of notes, right? Bullet points, keywords. What are you discovering? What are your biggest ahas? What are your biggest insights? What are your biggest takeaways? Right? I just shared a whole bunch. So get your stuff down, get your questions down. And we'll see you in 2
Yeah,
minutes.
you know, one of the questions that I hear a lot, Ben, is, you know, how do I find the time? You know, you say it's 5 weeks, but how do you fit that in to everything else that's going on? You know, what are, you know,
Yeah, that's a great question. So I know different people like to work in different ways, right? So the way I teach my authors and I recommend to anybody is if you can do bite-sized chunks, you know, for example, 20 minutes a day, 6 days a week,
ah,
right, is a really, really good way to do that because especially if you're using dictation, you can do 3 rounds of dictation, 555, and have a rocking 750 words at the end of those 20 minutes.
wow, that's really, and then I can dictate those too.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So right. Yeah. So start with an outline, you know, four-ish bullet points of the section of the book you're working on, right? Make 4 bullet points so you have talking points. Set the timer for 5 minutes and just talk through the bullet points as if you're teaching that section, as if it's a mini keynote.
Mm-hmm.
Just do that. And then if you need to re-record it, re-record it. If you need to re-record it again, go for it, right? Because, you know, anybody creating a good 750 words, right? Most people writing that can take a while,
Yeah.
right? AI can be a mixed bag, right? Especially
Yeah.
if you're still working on your book,
Yeah.
working out your book.
Actually, I have to take it out of AI because I did one chapter in there. So thank you, Ben. That's a really good lesson for all of us because yeah, we can go in there and it sounds better than I normally write. You know, I didn't go just to Chat GPT. I found something else, but it's still AI. You know, it's still not my words
Yep,
and the
yep,
words of my ideal clients. And
yep.
you know, I saw one emphasis that you had in here was, you know, really knowing your ideal clients, going out and doing that research, right? So they're talking to you and you're using their words when you're doing it.
Exactly. Yeah. And thank you for saying that. And, you know, it's not just research, but, you know, it's business development, right? These
Mhm.
questions. And yeah, I say to my authors, after you do the first batch to help the writing of the book, do at least one of these a month, if not one every 2 weeks, if not one a week, because anybody you talk to can become a client. And you're going to keep your finger on the pulse with your ideal clients, right? And keep serving them in the best possible ways because you keep talking directly to them.
Well, listen, Ben, I just wanted to tell you that, you know, I'm going to bring you up. Oh, you are. Rusty, can you take the slides down? I just wanted to. Okay, well, there we go.
Thanks, Rusty.
I wanted to mention that, you know, for as long as I've known you, you know, you have just shown this remarkable integrity and vulnerability that you share, you know, with the people that you're working with. And I think that's such a good a good thing because one of the things that we've seen all through this summit is that each of these speakers has been speaking from integrity. You know, they've had the willpower to share their story. You know, we were talking about podcasts yesterday, and Eric Johnson was saying, you know, you have to be vulnerable. You have to go out and have your story, you know, build your story. And you know, that just seems like such a powerful thing that I've heard from each of you is that you have reflected on that. You know, and it's not just because you're an expert that I want you on, Ben. It's because I know you come from that point of integrity. You know, I've spoken to your class. You know, I spoke to them 3 years ago, I think, and I can remember I was so impressed with them, you know, and what they were saying. I mean, they were all doing their testimonials and everything. It was amazing, you know, how they, you know, and that was, I think, like at the end of the 5 weeks. So, you know, they were just raving about it.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to mention that. And
Thanks.
I'm going to jump off because I need to talk to the next person. But thank you so much, Ben. I really appreciate it. And folks, be sure and check that referral link because I will get it to you. and just you got to talk to Ben. That's all there is to it. You got to talk to Ben. Thanks, Ben. We'll
Thank
talk
you so much.
Bye bye.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Hey, Rusty. Rusty. He's not there right this minute.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I was going to mention that after you started sharing the slides, then I just looked down and I could have shared them. So there's something that I missed in getting them on the stage. I can add them to the stage, but his slides weren't showing up before.
It was added twice. That's what happened there.
It was added twice.
Yeah. I added the one from our end, the one he gave us, and it looks like that he also Ben also added it from his side.
Hey everyone, we just heard from Ben Joya and wasn't he amazing? If you want to get your book done and you want to get it done in 5 weeks, I personally know from talking to his clients that's what happens. So I can't recommend Ben enough, and I'm going to drop his information into the chat. in a short while. I wanted to tell you a little bit about who's coming up next. So hang on a second. Okay, next in line, we have Ramesh Duvangan. And I know Ramesh very well because he works with CRMs and he helped me with my CRM. And we do a lot of work together because I'm a LinkedIn lead generation expert and Ramesh is a CRM, a customer resource management. And he knows that end of it. So I can tell you that you are going to learn a lot about this. After that, we have Janelle Anderson, and another person that I know very, very well. Janelle is really good at talking about how to host events that elevate your business and boost your profile. She is a master of events, and I could have used her help earlier when I was having some difficulties here. So I'm really looking forward to talking to her. And then we have Karen Grill. And Karen, oh my gosh, I've been following her on LinkedIn for a long time, and she's been on my summits because she's a funnel builder. But then I started watching her again. I just picked up that because I check in and I watch what she does. And I picked up all this stuff on email and that you have to do this with email and that with email. And I'd never heard any of this. So her talk is Don't Get Blacklisted, Mastering the New Email Authenticity Protocols. And it's really all about things like really dangerous things. For one thing, you don't want anything that's going to limit your reach. I know you know about phishing, PHISING. We all know about that. But she came up with a whole bunch of other stuff that you really have to know. And so I'm going to be getting with my VA very soon and saying, okay, we need to check all this out because it's extremely, extremely important. I mean, she opened my eyes so much. And then I'm going to have to go and get a cafe mocha with 2 shots of espresso to have enough energy for our guests after that. It's Kimberly Crow. From Stages to Sales, the 7 stages formula to reliable income. And that means whether you're on a stage, whether you're on video, wherever you are. She is an internationally known speaker. And I'm going to paraphrase something she says. If anyone puts in a mic in your hand, grab it or take it. Or if someone offers you a mic, take it. I guess that was it. And then we're going to then we have Daniel Strimclaw. He talks about Daniel. Daniel is the president of 3D TV, and he deals with all this amazing stuff because he deals with both AI and AR, augmented reality today. So his talk is going about boost growth with AI and augmented reality today. And what I love is that every time he's on, he blows my mind. I mean, he literally blows my mind with what's come up since then. And Daniel has been approved by both Meta and Microsoft nobody approves those, right? To put something on Facebook and on LinkedIn. And what he's developed is just amazing. Daniel's worked with all of the major studios. Okay, so he's worked with all the major studios and he's worked with everyone from Spielberg all the way through to Avatar, if you saw the special effects on that. So Meta and Microsoft have approved him to sell and you at a very reasonable price, $600, your own avatar video, 10-minute video. And it's got all the special effects and all the really cool stuff that the big guys can do. But most of us are little guys. So we can't afford to go out and go to one of the people who does this. I mean, Daniel is known everywhere, but this is, I know you've seen stuff like this. This is so cool. So be sure and be here for that. And then finally, and I love this woman to death, Latara Dragoo. She is going to be talking about the power of personal branding. And I'm a master personal brand strategist and a digital brand strategist, and I can tell you, Latara knows her stuff. She really knows her stuff. So that's it for today. That's what we're going to be covering. And I couldn't be more excited than that. It's just been really amazing. So I am going to drop something in the chat because I want to talk to you just for a minute about what you get with the, whoop, I flipped myself out there. I wanted to talk to you a minute about the VIP ticket because a lot of you were unable to see that. And I want you to, if you can't be here for the whole summit, and who can, right? Who can be here for the whole summit? So if you get the VIP ticket, it's $97. You get all of the VIP gifts, which are pretty generous. They have all been something that we could that gave us direct contact in some way. So you get all of those VIP gifts, plus you get the recordings, the transcripts. If you're like me, sometimes I'd rather read than sit and watch a recording. And then finally, you're going to get a book that we're going to produce for you, an ebook that has the main takeaways of each of the people who presented. So you've got all these different ways that you can do it. And I really, really emphasize the value of this because, and particularly for those of you who are on LinkedIn, because I understand there was a problem with that yesterday, that was only available for 4 hours. So we're fixing that right now. And, I just can't wait to talk to you because at 4 o'clock today, I'm going to be doing a video or a presentation on LinkedIn algorithm mastery, how you master those algorithms, because I'll tell you something, they have totally, totally changed from what they were. Totally, 100%. I was doing built for you funnels, lead funnels. And you know what? I'm not going to do that anymore because those funnels, those automatic, things that save you a lot of time, they do, but they're not going to get you the clients because LinkedIn has changed and it focuses strictly on engagement and relationship building. So we're going to talk all about that today. So right now, what I want to do is drop in. This is the link to the VIP ticket. And you can just go there. It will take you, it's a quick checkout, and it's absolutely worth your time. Absolutely, 100%. So I'm going to take a little break here and come back with Ramesh Duvangan, and he is going to talk to you about CRMs, the magic of CRMs. So I'll see you in 12 minutes. Bye now. not on screen. Now I can talk to you. No, I can't. What's going on? There we go. Okay. I'm not the greatest at technology. You guys have guessed that by now. But I want to talk to you about Ramesh because I've known him for a long time, and that theme of integrity just keeps running through this whole event. And he is someone that, like I said, he has testimonials that are so long, and they're from people that I know too. So he knows his stuff, and he's a delight. He is just multi-talented. Started out in technology, and fortunately, he stayed here for us to talk about CRMs. So okay. I'll tell you a little bit more about him. Ramesh Duvangan does 24/7 business growth with automated lead nurturing. That's going to be his title. The title of his presentation. He empowers small businesses to systemize their business marketing and sales through cutting-edge tech systems, including CRM, websites, social media, and AI tools. I'm telling you, he knows this all very, very well. With over 30 years of experience in business transformation and technology, he's helped several business owners automate marketing and sales and drive growth. And this isn't through what I was talking about before about the done for you sales funnel. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about how to use your CRM to do those things and to be able to follow up and do that. So I can't wait to hear what he says here. And he really takes the guesswork out of technology. He enables you to focus on what you do best, serving your clients and growing your business. He can help you. He can help if you struggle with time-consuming business growth tasks and lack of integration between tech tools, limited tech knowledge, and difficulty implementing the right solutions. So, it's just, I can't say enough. So hold on one second and allow me to introduce you in person to Ramesh Duvangan. Hi, Ramesh. How are you today?
I am fine. I'm really great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you look like you're in good shape there and feeling good. So Ramesh, tell them a little bit more about your story. In terms of, because you've gone through a number of iterations.
Yes, right. First of all, my story begins with a very humble childhood as well. If you start from the beginning, I struggled. I was introvert, and we were not financially well. So there are a lot of things that I went through, including leaving my home at the age of 11. So that I could study beyond 5th grade, because the place where my father worked didn't have a school beyond 5th grade. So that's where my struggle began. But later, I picked up a lot of survival skills, resilience, to
resilience,
acquire the right skills, maturity, and I was able to make it up to our studies. I did my bachelor's and master's in engineering, and I joined a multinational in India. It looked like it was a great job. It was a well-paying job, but I felt like I was working very hard. I was really traveling a lot. They were sending me work assignments abroad. It was okay until I was bachelor and, I was enjoying life. But when I got married, it became tough to do all of these things.
Getting married does those things, doesn't it?
Ultimately, I prepared myself to get a career boost and came to US. I landed in the US about 25 years ago with my wife and 2 kids and 2 suitcases in hand. And the rest is history.
Yeah. You were in the tech industry for a lot of years.
Yes. I was in
developing.
tech industry for 30 plus years. First 15 years, I did engineering. Next 15 years, I did product management, marketing, and business development for
Mhm.
leading edge companies like Texas Instruments, Intel,
And I
KW.
met you through Iman Agai and Actionera, the app and everything. And folks, we'll be talking about that tomorrow. So just hang on. Actually, Iman was on yesterday. And
Yeah, I missed it. I was in a different. There is a conflict going on with some other
yeah,
event.
yeah, there was a conflict going on. Iman has a big event today. So, well, let's started yesterday's this at the same time. So we
Mhm.
were fortunate to have him. Ramesh, I know that, I know you know about how to build apps, and I know you know websites and all of that. But I think what you're going to talk to us about today is is it customer resource or I never can think of what it's CRM.
Relationship, customer relationship.
Relationship management, yes, and that's the key, right? Because I was talking about, it's just doing nothing but just making, trying to keep up with doing it by yourself, and knowing that, you can still, through customer relations management, you can do that and keep up with people, and you can do it in a way that feels natural.
That's right. That's right.
So do you have any slides with you today, Ramesh?
Yes, I do. I do.
Okay. So,
Do you see? Yeah, there you go.
yeah, we can. Great. I am so excited.
Okay, great. So today, I'll walk you through practical strategies and some proven methods for automated lead nurturing. And let me tell you that I have used exactly the same techniques to grow my own business. I started my entrepreneurship only 5 years ago, and really use these techniques to build a solid foundation, leverage tech tools, and
Mhm.
monitoring and getting more prospects and clients. So hopefully that will give you some good ideas about how to do for yourself. So one big lesson I learned right getting into the entrepreneurship was don't do everything yourself.
Yes, I've learned that very
I
clearly this time.
exactly. I fell in the trap multiple times so over.
Yeah,
It's like, hey, I
exactly.
have, I started my company. I got to do something. I got to do sales. I got to do product development. I got to do BA management. I mean, there's so many things that are required.
Yes.
I need to create offers. I need to create a webinar. I need to create summit, and so on. So
All of that. Yeah.
I figured that you have to be smart about it and set up the right systems and processes and get help from the right experts to
Mhm.
to offload things that you are not good at. And that's the first lesson I learned, and I just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, the book E-Myth mentions exactly the same thing. This is I really find it a very very fascinating book by Michael Gerber, and he talks about how you need to work on the business, not in the business.
Yeah, explain that, Ramesh.
So basically, it's saying that you got to look the business from the outside and see where your time is best spent, not perform every step in the business.
Mm-hmm.
So the natural tendency is that, hey, I got to do this. I'm good at this anyway, but I got to do this too. But I'm not good at it. But let me get trained on it. Let me learn from it on and do it while learning things, and so on.
Yeah.
So, for example, when I come from the tech world, so I was good in tech, but when I set up the business, tech is just a part of it. There is so many. There is a marketing, there is sales, there is staff management, and so all of that.
Yeah.
And I started doing everything all by myself. And then,
Mhm. Yeah, I got that.
so I mentioned about my life journey, but
Mhm.
the lessons that I've learned in this life journey, which is full of struggles and ups and downs, and ultimately I succeeded in life. First lesson I learned is that no one is born with a business skills. It's not like you are born with business skills. And some people used to tell me, "Oh, you are not meant for business. Don't
Yeah.
even get into it." I was discouraged for decades. But then ultimately I jumped on it. I did my own entrepreneurship and I'm a successful entrepreneur now. No one is born with the skill. This is something that you acquire on the way. And
Yeah.
that is something you got to have confidence that you will be able to do.
Yeah. And some of us learn slower than others.
Yeah. That's that's right. Exactly.
And that's a whole, that could be a whole presentation there. Okay.
The second thing is the growth mindset is key, because you got to have resilience, you got to have compassion, you got to have passion, you got to have caring attitude, as well as you need to be focused. So growth mindset is very important. There'll be a lot of setbacks that come on the way, but you have to think beyond that. You need to have a long-term look. A large ship takes long time to turn around. It's not like things are going to happen overnight. Don't get too depressed because things didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So growth mindset is, in fact, one of the books that I really that helped me a lot is a book by John C. Maxwell. He has got a book called 15 Laws of uh, uh, Invaluable Growth. 15,
Oh,
yeah. So that book is like a Bible. I'm just not getting exact title, but you can do a search on that. And that really helped me grow, make a huge leap in personal growth, and I was able to bounce back at times. And lastly, you need to use right systems and people. As I mentioned about eMyth, you got to have right tools, right people who know the tools, and got to lean on experts who are better at things.
okay.
So with these lessons, let me get into the real content about lead nurturing. First of all, statistics are very scary about these marketing efforts that you have to make. It looks very overwhelming, but it's really very, very important to see what is going on in the market, in the trend. Forrester research found that the company excelling in lead nurturing generate 50% more sales-ready leads while reducing the cost by 33%.
Wow.
So that is the power of having an effective system in place.
Yeah. Wow.
Epsilon reports that automated emails have 70% higher open rate and 152% higher click-through rate than standard marketing emails.
Okay.
So we have to be good at it. And lastly, Gartner says by 2025, 80% of the customer interactions will be managed by AI and automation technologies. So these numbers underscore why automation is not a luxury. It's a necessary element for staying competitive.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So let me go to the process that I want to introduce. First of all, when we say lead nurturing, what does it mean? It is good idea to clarify that. Lead nurturing is about building relationships. It's not about just sending some random emails or text. It's about engaging prospects at every stage of the journey and preparing them for the next step. This approach builds trust, credibility, and positions your business as a solution to their needs, increasing both conversion rates and customer retention. You create meaningful connection that result in long-term growth. This is what lead nurturing is all about.
It's that long journey. It's the buyer's journey.
Correct.
Right.
Exactly. So today I'll introduce a 5-step or 5 key critical tips for automated lead nurturing.
Okay. Yeah.
And they are implemented primarily through CRM tools, but there are a few other tools as well. First is design your pipeline stages. Break down your customer journey into specific initiatives to nurture your leads. You need to understand your customer journey first. What is customer going through? When you say you're doing a webinar, what are the stages the customer is going through? cold lead, then they become a warm lead once they fill the form, or their next stage is you're offering something, they accepted offer, they booked call, they become clients. Those are all journeys.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
like that, you need to design your pipeline stages based on.
Mhm.
The second is AI powered engagement. You need to have a solid lead engagement. Nothing that so that nothing falls through the crack. You need to utilize AI, chatbots, and SMS, text messaging to maintain real-time communication with leads.
Yeah, and so when we're doing that AI powered engagement, could you go? I'm not sure I understand. AI powered. In terms of that, are you talking about?
So I'll come to a little more detail for each of the
Okay.
steps.
Okay. Great. Great.
I'm just giving overview, and I'll come to that,
Okay.
and we'll cover that. Then next is the lead magnet. Very important to develop valuable content that attracts and engages potential customers. But what is important is just not having the collateral, but having a great workflow to automate the lead nurture with the lead magnet. The next is automated email campaign, and I'll talk about it a little bit more. And lastly, you got to be monitoring and measuring exactly how effective your campaigns are.
Mm-hmm.
People say, "Oh, I have sent emails to 2,000 people. I think things will be
Yeah,
taken."
right. Is it what they wanted to know about? Did it have anything to do with their problems and challenges?
Yeah. So let's go to
Exactly.
each of these things a little bit more in detail so that people can get a little more idea, right? So in terms of designing pipeline stages, first of all, you need to define the pipeline stage. You need to define the initiatives into stages that your clients are going through so that you can program them or code them in your CRM and can monitor them. So it is such a powerful thing to have the pipeline stages in CRM, because if you have, say, defined 5 stages of your customer journey for, say, your workshop or, say, for a summit,
Mhm.
you can see that all, about 80 people who signed up for it, but 30 people who attended it, maybe 10 people who booked a call, maybe 5 people who followed up after the call, and you probably got 2 clients out of that.
Yeah.
So that's a journey. You can clearly see how effective things are, and you can make campaigns based on the journey. You can
Absolutely.
have actionable. That's what we call actionable stages.
Got it.
And very important to automate the workflow. Once some people reaches a particular stage, things kick in. For example, if somebody attended a workshop but did not book a call, now you got to have a very specific campaign, precise campaigns for those people to encourage them to book a call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go to the. Okay, just to give you an idea, I put some screenshots here so that
Mhm.
you know what I'm talking about visually.
Yeah.
So here is an example webinar pipeline stages, where I had it like non-VIP registrants, VIP registrants, those who did not go for the offer that I offered in the webinar, and those who purchased offer. So I can then track each one of these. And then I have an automation for each of these stages to say, if somebody enters this stage, you wait for 6 hours, then you
Mm.
move them into stage where you need to start reminding them about booking a call.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
these kind of automations are very nicely enabled in CRM. So next is AI powered engagement. This is what you are asking about,
Mm-hmm.
Dumont. So AI is everywhere now. You have to embrace AI.
Yes.
And you don't need to get overwhelmed about it. First of all, AI is becoming simpler and simpler to use now. But at the same time, it is important to engage with right folks who understand AI.
Mm-hmm.
AI powered tools like chatbots and SMS have revolutionized lead engagement. Chatbots provide personalized interaction, while SMS messages deliver instant notification and real-time communication with high open rates. So compared to email, SMS have a much higher open rate, right?
Oh, yeah.
Something comes on my phone, I'm looking at it right now. Okay,
Right.
what is this about on the text?
Yeah, the statistics about that are amazing. You know I hang out on LinkedIn, and it's like 81% of people watch what you're doing on their phones.
And you can set these things up in CRM very, very easily. So that way your leads feel supported and engaged.
Mm-hmm.
With the CRM that I work with, but the one that I offer, we've got several types of AI chatbots. You can have a voice-based AI chatbot, which is going to take care of any calls that come into your business and can respond intelligently through voice.
Yeah.
You can have a conversation AI where people can chat through your business. Hey, I was looking for this kind of thing, and then it really is trained to respond very intelligently as if a staff is responding. It kind of reduces cost as well. So you don't have to have a 24/7 manned staff to be able to answer these things, and things are working in automation right there.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I think this is pretty much covered. Next, this is an example of a chatbot. In the website that I have, one of the websites, you see there is a nice chat button over here. And if you click on chat button, this chat button is specifically for answering a question, collecting a question so that you can answer later. So this is one use model of AI chatbot. But you can also have a live chat. You can have a live voice AI. Okay, the next is lead magnet. Lead magnets are extremely important. Now, I know a lot of people are out there, they say, oh, I created a lead magnet. Nobody downloads, or even if they download, they don't read.
Yeah. They can end up sitting on your digital bookshelf.
Exactly. I know, I've been there.
Yeah.
A lot of lead magnets too. But the idea is to add massive value. I was talking to a business coach last week, and he said he created a 20 video set training on how-tos, and that he provided as a lead magnet. 20 videos. I mean, isn't how much time that does it take? Well, it's not about time; it's adding value.
Mhm.
People, when they download that, they're able to be on their own. They're able to do a lot of things through the system.
So it has to be something that they'll really use.
Yes.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly insightful and adding value
Mhm. Mhm.
for the prospects. So they need to attract and engage. It builds trust early. If you really have the right lead magnet, it goes a long way in creating trust, and also boost conversion rates. Because once they have the trust, then it is really, really it helps in terms of conversion into clients. But what is more, where people really fail more is what you do with the lead magnet that you created. How do you track? How do you engage the prospects? And that is where workflow is extremely important. You need to have an automation in CRM which will have the right email sequence, will have right offers, right call to actions for each of those emails, and maybe some kind of a membership automation where people get added to a particular group or community once they download this lead magnet. Those things are all ideas to engage with leads and continuing to convert better. So one great example is ebook. A lot of people do write ebooks. That is a very simple way of doing it, but as I said, it has to be very, very, very high value
Mhm.
if you're doing it.
Yeah. So that one, demystifying 5 myths.
Other is educational videos. As I mentioned, the business coach I talked
Mhm.
about, he had a set of 20 videos. Oh my God, even one video is hard for me to create.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that and going, wow. You
Yeah,
know?
I know. Like, and
Well, no, for me, that wouldn't work quite as well because I would rather read,
yeah,
but
yeah. And that's why you need to have a variety of lead magnets.
right,
So some
right.
books appeal to some, videos appeal to some,
Mhm.
checklists and other kind of collaterals
Yeah, absolutely.
appeal to some. So you got
Prompts.
prompts. Yes, ChatGPT prompt. That's a super,
Yeah,
super lead magnet. Exactly.
okay.
So next step is automated email campaign. Now, a lot of people have, are skeptic about email campaigns because, hey, I send, there's barely anybody who clicks and barely there is any impact. But if you do the email in the right way, which guides them through the journey, you set the right sequence, you have the right educational content, you have the right social proof, case studies,
Mm,
then it can really, really boost your conversion. So usually what I have in any campaign email is to have welcome email. Then I have a series of educational content that
mhm.
goes, and then I offer product and service highlight towards the end because you need to build trust that you are valuable to them. Then I also have social proof and case studies in next sequence. And lastly, I have a call to action. And call to action could be as simple as booking a call with you.
That's so important.
Right.
It's something that so many of us fail to do,
Right.
having that clear call to action.
Yeah. There is a study which says that it actually is by HubSpot. The study is by HubSpot. Email generates an average ROI of $36 for every dollar spent.
Wow.
That's a cost effective marketing tool. So don't
Yeah.
give up on email campaign, but just do it better.
Well, I read a study one time and they were doing it on people waiting in line at the grocery store. And they'd send somebody through and they'd say, "Do you mind? I have a terrible emergency." And they would let them in. And then they go through and say, "Can I get in line? I'm in a hurry." People still let them in. And it was, and it was the whole thing was showing that um, people don't have that clarity. And then
Yes.
in the last one, they would go in and say, "Can I get in? Can I cut in front of you?" And
Right.
people would accept it because they were being told what to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And great thing I want to add, Dumont, is with AI, you can optimize email campaigns for better engagement. You
mhm,
can personalize them using dynamic content or adjust content based on lead behavior. Like
mm,
it studies the past
yeah,
interactions, browsing history, and is able to suggest the content based on that. And also,
exactly.
you can even schedule the right day, time for the campaigns based on AI. So this is really, really very, very important and valuable technology now for email campaigns. Okay, so let's get to this is a typical nurture sequence that you can set up. For example, as I said, you can have email one that which, by the way, every email should have at least some graphical content. Either it is a picture, video. Normally, I encourage video for every picture. See, here is a first step
Mhm.
of email. I've got a video going, and this is, I think, a welcome email, and then it will go on to other educational stuff.
Yeah,
After that.
those images really make a difference.
Yes, right. Okay, now let's get into last step. I talked about measuring and optimizing lead nurturing effort. So you have to measure how good are you doing. Yeah. Because if you don't, you are sending email campaigns one after another and wondering why things are not working. But you need to look at the statistics. What is email statistics saying to you? How many are opening the emails? How many are clicking through the emails? How many are unsubscribing based on the email? And so on. So those
Yeah.
are the kind of data that and analytics that CRM tools provide that really help you improve your initiatives.
Get an idea about it. Yeah, and
And-
even those people who disengage, who unsubscribe, that tells you something because it tells you that those are not the kinds of people you're going to reach, at least not the way you're doing it. So it
and
actually
then
makes your list tighter.
and then you tailor your content based on that to say, okay, so
Mhm.
these are the kind of people I don't want to reach to, and I need to tailor my content for something.
Mhm.
So that is so you need to look at conversion rate that measures the percentage of leads that become paying customers. You got to track engagement rate, which is basically tracking how actively leads are interacting with your content. See, a lot of times you are LinkedIn expert, Dumont. I really have a high regard for what you do on LinkedIn.
Thank you.
But as you know, you teach that engagement is very important.
Absolutely.
Even on LinkedIn posts, right? How are they
Mhm.
interacting with your content? Are they giving comments? Are they giving some
Mhm.
reaction? Uh, are they doing clicks or to your call to action? All of that help gauge their interest level.
Absolutely.
And one more metric I track is time to conversion. How long does it take for a lead to move through your funnel and identify and become a client, so that you can identify the bottleneck? You might find that
Mhm.
people go through these 3 stages much faster, but they get stuck in this fourth step, and it takes almost
Yeah.
3 months for them to move from there to the next. So now you got
Okay. Yeah.
that's a bottleneck.
Yeah. That's good. I didn't know that.
And lead scoring is about assigning scores to leads based on their behavior and engagement, so that you can prioritize the prospects. Because, as you mentioned, there are some prospects you may not want to be focusing at, there are some prospects you want to double down.
Absolutely.
So that's what you do.
So is that what they talk about when they say qualified leads?
Yeah, the qualified lead is a little bit different in the sense is you need to have a set of criteria or questions that make them a very high value prospects.
Okay.
And those questions are something that you got to put it out upfront when the lead is captured, so that you can see which one is a higher qualified lead versus a low qualified.
Mhm. Okay.
For example, in my business, you may want to focus on businesses which are which is a turnover of 1 million and above per year, no less than that. So that's
Mhm.
a qualifying question.
Okay.
Or how many people are there in the company? If it's above 50 is what you're looking for, then that's another qualifying question, and so on. So that way
Okay.
you can grade the qualification. By consistently monitoring these metrics, you can make data-driven adjustments to your nurturing campaigns and ensure the system continues to deliver results. Yeah. So so with that, this is an example of email campaign statistics. Right? In this particular email, was 99% was delivered, 23% opened, but only 2% clicked.
Okay.
Maybe not bad. Again, it depends on the content and the industry you're in and the topic that you're saying. 2% may not be bad. 2.83 may be a good rate. But if you think it is lower than what industry standard is, then you got to change your content. You got
So
to tailor it.
what would be the standard, Ramesh? How would you gauge that?
So I would think 3 to 5%. 5% is on the higher side. Typically.
Okay.
5% is very good rate.
Okay. Got it. That puts it in perspective.
Okay, so just to recap, there are 5 stages or steps I talked about in automated lead nurturing. Start with the pipeline stages. You got to automate that part in CRM tools, then get into some very high-powered engagement using AI tools and SMS, then get into lead magnet with workflows, with the right workflows. That is very important. And then automated email campaigns, optimized, personalized
Mhm.
for target audience, and adjust the content based on the behavior or the stats that you
Mhm.
get. Lastly, measure and optimize your campaign on an ongoing basis for better conversion.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I'm really happy now. I'm a happier family,
look.
greater
Oh,
harmony,
cute.
financially independent, and that is my grandson.
Oh, how cute. Oh my gosh, you have a grandson. How good, how
Yeah, yeah,
adorable. Oh, man. Well, see, you're in that stage where you get the benefits now.
exactly, exactly. And I can
Yes.
help others reach that step. You just give me a call, schedule a
Yeah.
call. Very simple things to remember. Call ramesh.com is my domain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ramesh, I wondered, when someone works with you, you know, how do you work with people? What's your method? Like if I came to you and I was starting to work with you, what would that mean?
Yeah. So usually the way I work is we work is a subscription model that
Okay.
I go with, because tech is not something, okay, I have a need for next 1 month and then I'll be done.
Yeah, no, no,
I,
no.
no, all the things we talked about is now it's an ongoing journey. So
Yes,
I
yes.
my model is to become partner in your ongoing journey and add value where you can focus on your expertise.
Mhm.
I take care of the tech part of things,
Got it.
and have different levels of engagement there. If you want minimal tech help, then I've got a package, and I've got a medium, and then I've got high. Where I so there are in the low tech package, it is more like do it yourself. So I help you do yourself. So I give
Okay.
a lot of tutorials. I do it once and show you how to do things.
Mhm.
And then mid package is lot of done for you. Um, this and the higher package is done for you plus some of the very advanced techniques like AI.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because it's so hard, and I want to say something right here because I've actually had you instruct me on a few things when I was trying to figure out go high level. Um, and you were, first of all, you were so generous with your time. I mean, when you realized that I had this deadline that I had to do, your graciousness about being available for your clients is really, really evident. I mean, evidence. I work with you on LinkedIn and you work with me on my CRM. And as part of that, I was looking through all your testimonials and oh my gosh, I think it's never ending really. It's just amazing. So, I know the quality of your work and I know how clear you are in doing something like that because I had no idea my VA wasn't there and I had to get into the email system and you walked me right through it. You showed me the whole thing and it was really clear. And so
Yeah, so
that
that is one thing I take pride in, Dumont. Not to sound like bragging, but I take pride in explaining things at a level that is required for the partners, for the client.
okay.
I break it down to a language and terms that people can understand, can relate to, rather
Oh,
than being very jargony. I am an expert. I talk and this
oh
and that.
yeah, no, that doesn't work for anyone. And that's one of the first things people say to me. And I just noticed Saeed made a comment. Ramesh is an expert. He has walked and talked, and he has walked, talked, and something his presentation clearly in steps and break his presentation clearly into steps. Yeah, so that's step by step. And Saeed, thank you for that comment because I totally agree with you there. 100%. So Saeed, what are some of the real snags that people hit going through this? Like, is there confusion around particular things, or well, I know you talk about myths, right? The myths of technology.
Mhm.
And what are some of those myths that we buy into?
You're asking Saeed or asking me?
Oh, I'm asking you. I'm sorry, Ramesh.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I totally got confused.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was paying attention to Saeed, and I was also paying attention to you. So I was like,
See, one of the myths is CRM is a glorified address book. Okay, some people think, hey, all you're doing is some contact management, right? And that's what customer management is about. CRM is more than just a glorified address book.
Yeah.
It is address book, landing page, website, sales order, email campaigns, AI chatbot, forms and surveys and community, online course launch, everything all in one.
Yeah, yes, I know. I've heard all those things, and it's scary.
Yeah.
It's scary because when you think about all the different pieces of that funnel that you're nurturing people through, it includes all of that.
And then it's also because of evolution. CRM has evolved. A lot of people who know CRM from 10 years ago, 15 years ago, indeed it was more like a contact management tool, like customer contact. Sorry, there's a tool called Constant Contact. Constant Contact is, they call themselves a CRM tool, but all it does is a glorified address book. It's like all the customer things, you can send emails to them. Like MailChimp. MailChimp is also like
an Active Campaign. I had
Active Campaign is also like. So, but over time, it has evolved into something really giant and mammoth and really adds a huge value to business.
Yeah, and you're right. We do get lulled by that.
Yeah.
And the other piece is that when you're putting together all these pieces and parts, it gets really expensive. If you're not working through like one system and doing one thing, because it can get hugely expensive.
Yeah, in fact, I went through that. So first, when I started, you are going through that exactly right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had Calendly for calendar management. I was paying a monthly subscription. I had another tool called, I'm forgetting, started with M. It was a social media management tool where I could post one and it will post to everywhere else.
Yeah.
I ditched that because CRM supports it. Calendly, I ditched that because CRM supports it. Like that, has at least this 10 tools which CRM supports automatically. So, hey, it's well integrated. The advantages is all integrated. You're working on the same data. I don't have to integrate multiple tools. Don't have to transfer data from one tool to another tool, which can be pain because say you collected your contact in Calendly. Now that contact has to come to your CRM for email campaign. But if the integration doesn't work properly, you might miss. You booked 10 bookings, and out of that, only 5 came into your CRM. Then you lost.
Yeah, and you were just reminding me of something because we had Kathy Burns on yesterday, and she's an organizer. And one of the things she said, because she teaches people how to simplify Google, and one of the things she said is, whatever you do, because we're all creative as entrepreneurs. We love getting out there and just creating stuff. But she said, use one system. No, just use one system and stick to it, and the one that's going to really relieve your pain the most. Well, and I found it in Go High Level. I mean, it does so much stuff. It's just amazing. And it's also something though where I can't do it myself. I have to have someone show me, what to do and when to do it. Once you catch it, once you understand it, that's another thing. But the luxury of having you on on the subscription model, is that we know that the algorithms are constantly changing.
Yeah.
And so what, I mean, literally what was true 6 weeks ago can be different now.
Very, very.
Yeah.
I'm learning new ways of adding value to, you can
Oh, yeah.
imagine how things are different. Even I'm learning today, we could use this AI tool for this kind of thing. So why not? Use it for
Yeah, exactly. So, so having that system is one of those things that we really need. And I know with my clients, I don't want them to be spending any more time in a system than 30 minutes a day. That because they have to commit to something, whatever level that they're working with you on, they have to commit to something. And once they have it set up, things get so much easier, and you don't have to spend tons of time because you're managing that end of it, and we can go create.
Right. Exactly. And it's just the feeling of having someone who knows who you can lean on for technology.
Absolutely.
Hey, I've got this thing. I don't know how to do it. Oh, please. And I jump in right there. And I have.
Well, yeah. And Ramesh, Saeed's comment was absolutely true. You really are an expert. And I remember watching you on, when Robert was going through the other part, Robert Evans was going through the other part with Actionera, and we were all going on those, he'd have those info sessions, but it was questions people asked. And it would be so crazy, but you would ask the questions that we all wanted to ask, and I watched how you worked with it as opposed to the chaos that was going on in my life with it, because it was I finally decided that didn't work, that we have to have someone who knows the questions and who asks the questions of us in order to do that. And so, I just can't talk enough about how helpful it is to have somebody handling that end of it. It's just amazing. So I'm looking over here because I wanted to make sure that.
I just wanted to thank Saeed. I just wanted to let him know that his words mean a lot to me. Saeed, thank you so much.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to be calling Saeed because I have one opening tomorrow. Saeed, Are you still there? Because I have one opening tomorrow, and he's also a LinkedIn expert. And he also works with coaches, but he works with different coaches than I do. He has some different ways to talk. So Saeed, if you're still on here, I would really like to talk to you. I'll send you an email because he really is so knowledgeable too. And we all work in different ways, and we have different goals, and we handle things in a different way, but we're all in it for the same reason. And that's what I wanted to say to you, Ramesh, because there has been a theme running through this whole summit, and that is integrity. We talked to Imana Guy, integrity. We talked to Ben Joya this morning, integrity, total integrity. And you are someone that I absolutely know has that integrity, has that authenticity, and I always tell people there are two things that you need to remember when you're working with clients. And one is generosity, if you're trying to attract clients. And the other one is gratitude, and being grateful for other people who send things your way. So, it works on social media. It works with everything that we know. So I wanted to thank you for going over this with us, because I know how valuable you are. And folks, Ramesh is coming back. I'm really tired, Ramesh. I was dealing with a lot of technology. So Ramesh is coming back tomorrow, though. We're going to summarize the key takeaways from the summit. So I'll be telling you a little bit more about that later on. But Ramesh, I appreciate you so much, my friend, and thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. We really, really appreciate it.
Okay, and pretty soon, oh, well, I don't think okay, so that's Ramesh. Okay. Did I get it off of there? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to remind all of you that we have a great group coming up. The next person that we are talking to today is Janelle Anderson, and she's another person that I know well, and just I have so much respect for her. She is another person who is generous with her time, and teaches us gratitude. Now, what she's going to be talking to you about today is the virtual edge, how to host events that elevate your business and boost profile. And she knows her stuff. So we're going to have her on. We're going to have Janelle on at 2. And I want you to come back because you are going to learn so much from her. And then I also wanted to remind you that if you have not been able to attend everything, and I know that there were problems for those of you who are on LinkedIn yesterday, you can get a VIP ticket for $97. And for that $97, you're going to get not only the recordings, but and they're valuable because there are a lot of us who learn by video, but we'll also give you the transcripts because I'm someone who I can read faster than I can watch video. And I can mark it up and highlight and everything. So I like that version of it. And then we're also going to give you a booklet with an ebook with the key takeaways for each of the speakers that we had. So, that's worth its weight in gold right there. And then finally, you get all these amazing VIP gifts. So, stay tuned, and I'm going to drop the link to the VIP tickets in the chat box, and I will see you in a few minutes. Hey y'all, back again, and we've had a great day so far. We've had some amazing speakers, and the next person who's coming up, I need her help. I am going to go to Janelle Anderson. I have known her for quite a while now, and she really is the person who's going to make your events shine, your online events. We've had a theme going through this summit, and that has been integrity and also authenticity. And Janelle reflects that theme so well. She's just one of those people who, again, is generous and expresses gratitude with others, and that those two keys are so important when we're dealing with people, right? So I am. Let me just read you a little bit more about Janelle. Hold on, I lost. Okay. Janelle Anderson is talking about the virtual edge, how to host events that elevate your business and boost profits. And she's a genius at this. Janelle is known as the virtual events visionary, helping coaches create and host simple, profitable virtual events to massively scale their business. She is a professional certified coach, 7 times best-selling author, and renowned speaker. Her passion and mission is to empower thousands of coaches and experts to build thriving and prosperous businesses so they can transform the lives of many thousands of clients. That's that generosity. She believes that hosting your own events is the most powerful way to create connections and build trust with your target market, which naturally creates a steady stream of clients and revenue. You'll never chase clients again. So, if that sounds good to you, we're going to bring Janelle on right now. So, hey, Janelle.
Hi, Dumont. How are you?
Good, but I need to come see you before I do another event.
Okay. Yes, let's do it. Yes. I love people.
Yeah,
I love helping people with their events.
Absolutely. So, and I'm getting fuzzy in and out. Anyway, Janelle, you just do this in such an amazing way. And you really are the master in this. And so, did you want to share slides today, or are we?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So Janelle, I mean, I've seen it as an evolution for you too. As you have gone through this process, we share, the same mentors.
Yeah.
And we have just benefited so well. And I'm wondering, how it came to be a passion for you to teach people how to speak and make that profitable, or how to speak online, how to do an online event and make that profitable.
Yeah. And it was a journey getting here for sure. But it's interesting. I started off as a coach working with women in their midlife years. What do I want to do next? That kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But I always, from the very start, did events. At first, it was in person in the library. I would just go to the library and hold a workshop,
I remember that. I did the same thing.
Yeah. I figured what better way to attract clients than to have a group of people in the room, give them a great time and great value. Yeah. And then I started doing online events and got very used to Zoom way before COVID hit. But then, of course, when COVID hit, I stopped doing the in-person events and just went totally online. And I wasn't even thinking about teaching. Every once in a while, I would think I could teach people how to do workshops, But then as I was honing in on my niche with women, then it became a thing about confidence. And then it was confidence in speaking, like speaking up in meetings or, presentations. And then it became women entrepreneurs and speaking to get their business out there. And then our joint mentor said, Janelle, you should be teaching people how to do virtual events, because by then I had been on his team for years and seen behind the scenes, especially with those big 3-day events. And I was doing my own. And I thought, this is something people need to know. Coaches, entrepreneurs, speakers, authors, anybody out there trying to establish themselves and get visible and attract their audience. This is, to me, the best way to do it. Because, like we're talking right now, we're in a room and we're talking, and people get to engage with you and connect with you, and then you can make your offers. And so I decided, this was about 2 or 3 years ago, I changed my focus to virtual events and also speaking, because you have to be able to speak in your own events, but also speaking on podcasts and summits like
Oh
this.
yeah, all that. Yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
And yeah, so yeah, we do have a mentor in common, and that's how I came to know you.
Yes.
In fact, I can remember. I remember the first time I met you, Jeanette. Janelle. I'm sorry. I need to swallow some water here.
That's all right. And I've got a cold. If I start coughing, I'll mute myself, but hopefully I'll be okay.
Okay. So, where was I going with that? Oh, the first time I met you, I
Yeah.
was at the JVX, which is Joint Ventures Expo. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And you were one of the coaches that was there that Iman was using, in his group to introduce. And I remember it so much. I remember sitting on the stool that was outside. There was an umbrella over it. And literally you made such an impression on me.
Wow.
That I knew that that I had to get to know you. And it has been an evolution for all of us, the way we get there.
Yes.
And I don't think any of us are doing what we were doing 4 years ago or 6
Probably
years.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not 2 years ago. And we were just establishing on the last call that that everything changes with the algorithms too. So what worked last week may not work this week.
True.
So we really need someone who's an expert, who can help us with those things. And that's the key. It's finding those people who can help us and doing that. And it's just so confusing when you start. Like putting on a 3-day event. Well, I'm doing a summit, but there are other kinds of 3-day events. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that, about the different kinds of 3-day events and how they fit into a bigger model.
Yeah, I'd love to. And not just 3-day events, but there's all kinds of events. I usually, in my own program, I help people with what I call the 3 core events that you really need to build a business. One is your masterclass / webinar that you run regularly that really you can use that to have your promotional partners help promote that. But it's something that you teach on your core topic for an hour and a half or so. And then you can invite people into maybe a course or a shorter program with you, your smaller, or even just to have a strategy call with you. And then a 3-day event.
Valuable.
Yes, very valuable. I call that like it's your signature event. It's your core. It's your, gives you fuel in the engine of your business. Like it feeds your engine of your business with audience and clients and exposure and visibility. You get to connect with them in that room and they get to know you. It's been really effective for me just to have that standard. Like I change it up some, but yeah. And then a summit like what you're running here is a really important event to have so that you build your list and you also get to connect with all the other speakers and they can become partners for you. They bring in people and then you get to be as the host, you get to meet people, connect with them throughout the whole summit. You're the expert that they see all day for 3 or 4 days. And then the 3-day event, which we call it a 3-day event. I don't know what else to call it, but it's sort of like a conference style event where you're the main speaker. You might have a couple of guest speakers, but you're the main one and you're really teaching on something. Like the people in the room are doing something with you. They're accomplishing something, not just sitting there listening. And it's usually around one thing. And for me, it's virtual events. So we work together to build a virtual event and I share all the pieces to it. But at the same time, we're also doing some personal development work around confidence and how do you see yourself and how do events fit into a big picture of your entire business and what you need around that. What are the structures you need? You can't just have events. That's not a business. It's a part of a business.
Right.
So a 3-day event is a really great event for anyone who has a higher ticket item, like a bigger program, maybe a year-long program.
Yeah.
You want to offer to people because they're
Yeah.
there with you for 3 full days and they're hearing all the things, and you get to teach at a deeper level than a
Yeah.
workshop, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're actually completing something in those 3
Yes.
days. They walk away with something. And, you know, that's just, to me, that's the ultimate. You
Yeah.
know, that's the ultimate because, you know, we're entrepreneurs because we love people.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, and we love being creative and all those things. And you know, those 3-day events just, I love them because they just light me up. You
Yeah.
know, you walk away with something that yes, you can do right now.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just terrific. So one of the things that I've heard is that you never do 2-day events. You can
Right.
do a 1-day or a 3-day, but never a 2-day. You know, why
Exactly.
is that?
It has to do with there's a lot of psychology behind why people go to events, why they buy, you know, whatever the person's offering,
Mhm.
and what happens during an event. An actual experience is unfolding during those 3 days. And as you're going through the content, it has to be set up in such a way that it really kind of flows from a personal day, like, you know, getting to know you and them having like an aha moment, into then starting to work on whatever it is. And then the third day kind of wraps it up and you talk about implementation. How are you going to take this forward?
Mhm.
And something about a 2-day event kind of leaves people feeling incomplete. And I don't know exactly what that is, but it just feels like something's missing and loops weren't closed or something. Now, some
Yeah.
people do 2-day events and maybe they are successful at them, but
Yeah.
I have heard that too. And a 1-day event is more complete. You can do the whole thing, but you probably wouldn't offer a big program. You'd probably offer something
Right,
smaller.
right.
Yeah.
That can be like your master classes.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I know that I have one that's a 6-hour master class.
Yeah.
But
That'd be good.
you know, and so those you can really promote and get people in them because that's another place where they can take something away with them.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing. In fact, I've heard a lot about webinars as such, or sessions, whatever you want to call it. People don't see the same way. They
Right.
want a workshop. You know,
Yes.
they want to be involved and they want to take something away with them because that's how they get value.
Yes. That's what I prefer, is the workshop style.
Mhm.
Masterclass for me is something more in depth, longer,
Mhm.
but some people use masterclass instead of workshop. But the idea is that people are interacting with you. You're giving them some things to do.
Yeah.
You're putting them in a breakout room. They're coming up to do like
Exactly.
hot
Yeah.
seat coaching or something. Yeah. Whereas a webinar, you don't see the people. They see you, but you don't see them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And you know, I just love that. And one thing I found out quite by accident last year was that Friday was a really good day for doing webinars or to work or master classes. Because people are kind of winding down from the week and they're more likely to, you know, to do that.
Yeah.
And we're all entrepreneurs anyway. So, you know, so let's do something fun on Friday.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, so you know, I think that's so important. So one thing that I hear a lot is that yes, you want visibility, but
Mhm.
you also want credibility. You
Absolutely.
know, and how does that how do you establish that during an event?
Sure. Well, credibility speaks to your expertise and your knowledge. And, you know, the people sitting in front of you are asking themselves, why you? Why should I listen to you, you know, about this topic? And
Mhm.
so when you establish credibility, when you're doing an event, it gives you the opportunity to establish credibility, because as you're sharing your content and you're teaching on something, then people begin to see the level of expertise that you have. And especially
Mhm.
if you're doing a workshop style, because people ask questions. And when you can answer their questions, then that even shines your credibility even more, because it's
Yeah.
not planned content. Like, you know, how well do
Yeah.
you know your stuff, right? And
Yeah, that's so helpful.
yeah,
That's so helpful. In fact, I start my master classes by asking everybody to give me their questions up front. You
good
know,
idea.
so that we can make sure that we do that, you know, and get that solved because I'm not really good at looking at the chat. You know,
Yeah.
too much going on.
Yeah.
You know, so the master classes, you know, really give me that ability to get in there and really interact with them.
Yeah.
And that's so important. But one of the things that I've been wanting to ask you is, how do you prepare for something like this? What's the starting point?
Yes, good question. Do you mean preparation for the actual content in the event?
For the event, yeah.
Yes. Well, I always tell people to begin with the end in mind. Stephen Covey says, start with your offer. What are you going to offer? What's the goal of the event, whether it's a workshop or a 3-day event or a summit? What is your goal? What do you want? What do you want to accomplish as the host?
Mhm.
So what do you want the people to do? What's the next step you want people to take with you? What's that offer?
So you're starting with what I think of the CTA,
Yes.
yeah.
Call to action, but also beyond the call to action even is, what do you want people to walk away with from the event itself?
Mhm.
And I always tell people this is a key secret that I didn't know for a long time, especially with a workshop, but even with a longer event. Think about just one thing that you want them to accomplish. What's the one major breakthrough or insight you want them to have at the end of that event? And then make sure that major insight, the very natural next step, is your offer. They have this one insight into something, and then, oh, that's great. That's going to help me a lot. But then I still need what? And then that would be your offer. So establish those things first, and then create the content so that everything leads to that. Everything should lead to that one breakthrough and your offer. So it's all smooth and makes sense. It's synchronistic and
and that's good advice
too. Yeah.
The insight is great advice, and I know somebody else who says the transformation is what you're going for.
Yes,
how
not
to
information.
transformed.
Yes, they don't want information; they want transformation.
Yeah.
So that's key, because I see a mistake happen a lot where people are just given information and they're just teaching their content. They know their stuff, but they're just teaching They're just teaching information. They're just sharing information. People can get that anywhere. What they want is to have an experience with your information,
right?
So that it creates a transformation for them personally.
Yeah, and I've been hearing that a lot, and I realized that. In fact, I was talking with one of our guests yesterday. You know him, Eric Johnson.
Yes.
And he was saying how important it is every time that you do something that's presenting something, that you bring yourself into it. Our natural trap, I guess, is, I've got to get more content and more content and more content. And I know I've done that with live streams. It was like oh my gosh, I wasn't sharing enough of myself.
Right.
And that makes a total difference, so it's a different mindset when you look at that, and you can bring your personal story into it, your challenges, and also really establish that connection, being a little vulnerable.
Yeah.
And just really, because I think people are more likely to share and get involved if they know that you've had an evolution too, and that you've made some big mistakes in your life, haven't we all?
Yes. Yeah.
And
sharing your story is a big part of it. You've got to share stories, and people want to know you. They want to know your journey. They want to know, that's also going to speak to your credibility, is the journey you've had to get where you are and the obstacles you've had to overcome. And they really relate well and resonate well with you when you are authentic and you are a little transparent and a little vulnerable, because then they're like, oh, she gets me, or he gets me. They realize that you understand what they're going through because you've been there. So you've got to really share that to a level where they can connect with it emotionally and feel it with you. And then it's like that connection that you're talking about is made. They can lean in and be like, oh, yeah, I want to learn from her because that's exactly what I'm going through right now. And she's been there, and now look where she is, and she can help me get there. That's
the key. Not okay, she can do it.
Yeah, no.
But can I do it?
Yeah.
And I think that's a question in people's minds.
Yes.
That is this something that's replicable? Yeah. Is this something that I can do myself?
Yeah.
And making it, making it clear that you didn't spring forth, like Medusa, spring forth, no, it was Athena. Medusa, anyway,
I'm not sure.
Athena. I used to read a lot of myths or mythology when I was a kid. So you don't just spring forth from someone's head. You actually go through this process.
Yes.
And work your way into it.
Yep.
So when people come to you, Janelle, what are some of their reasons? Why are they seeking you out?
Well, no, I usually work with coaches, and usually they seek me out because they've tried everything, and they've been going to a lot of events and workshops and watching videos and taking courses, but what they're trying to do is piece together a little bit from here and a little bit from there and a little bit from here, and it just ends up looking like the pieces don't fit. So it looks like a big pile of jigsaw puzzle pieces, when you dump out the puzzle pieces and you don't see the full picture and you can't figure out how it fits together.
They're so confused.
And they're confused and they're frustrated and overwhelmed, and they need somebody that can take those pieces and put them into a step-by-step method that they can follow and not have to worry about, I have to do this and I have to do this and I have to do this. And a lot of times coaches are trying to do strategies that are ahead of where they really are, and they haven't built their foundation yet. So that's usually where they're at when they come to me, and every conversation just about is the same. Like, I've got all this stuff I want to share. I want to help people. I want to help my clients get, transform their lives. But I don't know how to do this, and I don't know how to do that. And I don't know how to get myself out there. I don't know how to attract my clients. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to put the tech in place and all those kinds of things. And so they really need somebody to take them by the hand and go step by step by step. This is what you should do now. This week, just do this.
Yes.
And then next week, do this.
Yes. That's the value. And I think we have all been in programs. I'm thinking of some masterminds that I was in where they're telling you stuff, but it's really not, it's not laid out
right
early enough that you really understand the process. And I actually met you because I left another mastermind. I just left after I just paid them $7,000.
Oh my gosh.
But one of their gifts was, that involved what we're doing now. And so I started looking at that and I said, this is what I need.
Yeah.
This is a step-by-step thing that I can follow. And it makes such a difference because, we all get confused. And I'm looking at this and suffering through, another summit that I ran into problems with the technology.
Uh-oh.
I ran into problems with the technology. The people have been great. The interviews have been great, but I was having some problems the first day. So, you really need to have, I know one of the things you've done is you have a coach that works with people at your summit.
Yes. My 3-day event, I have 2 coaches usually. Yeah. And that's really valuable to have because during the event, they can go talk to that coach and that coach will be able to give them personal advice and counsel and help them to get the most out of the event. And in the event itself, I'm not talking to each one individually, but they have that opportunity to go to a coach and say, this is what I'm dealing with right now. What can I do? And that really adds so much value to your event for them to get that personalized attention.
And that's how I met you.
Yes, I know. How about that?
You were the coach at an event. And I talk sometimes, and I'll confess here, I talk sometimes about digital first, that something makes an impression. And the first time I met you, I thought you said your name was Estelle. And so I'm always, so it took me, going, don't you ever call her Estelle because her name is Janelle. And
well, you got the last part right.
I got the last part right. And it was just funny. It was just a hoot doing that. But I watched you over the last, 3 or 4 years. I can't remember exactly how long it's been.
Yeah.
And that was just after COVID, I think.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, we were just starting to reach out and meet people in person, and it was so powerful because we'd met people online at these events, and then to be able to run up and hug them,
Yes.
oh my gosh, I know who you are.
Yeah. And they're not in a box.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah. My
Yeah.
my husband plays Trivial Pursuit every Saturday night with all these people online.
Oh,
I
wow.
can't do it. There are all these people in boxes. And it's like, no, that is not relaxing to me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
getting on screen and looking at a whole bunch of boxes.
Yeah. It can be
for something
tiring.
that's it's too much.
Mhm.
But so if someone were going to engage with you, how would you work with them? What's your first step with someone who comes to you?
Well, the first step is it's an experience. It's more than a strategy call. It's actually an experience. They sign up for this thing. I call it the Workshop Success Breakthrough Experience. And they take an assessment, which shows them where they're at in their business. It's a really cool assessment. It's like a
Those
snapshot
assessments are
where the gaps are. And then they also watch a couple of videos. One of them is a training on what I call the events-driven business blueprint, the model that I use, with events being kind of the driver for your business. And so they get a sneak peek of that business model that I use and that I teach. And then they come to the call. There's other videos they can watch, a sneak peek into me working with my clients and some testimonials and things. They come to that really prepared then, and they understand where their business is at. They understand what I teach. And then we have this really great conversation around what are the things they've been doing, how's that going, what's in their way, what's stopping them. And then by the end of it, I can help them with, some next step strategies. And if they want to work with me, then we talk about that. So that's usually the first thing if people want to connect with me.
Yeah, and get to know you. And I think doing something that's a little more bite size, so they can do that. Some people call it their boot camp. There are all different kinds of things. So, once we talk to people, but and did I spur something there? Or?
No, I was just I don't. I think my free gift for your summit is actually my workshop. So that's coming up too.
Yeah. So, and we already have it loaded. So
okay, good.
so we will be sure and get everybody that link. And that's what makes it so powerful because all of the people who have been on here have offered these incredible gifts. And I was criticizing myself the other day because I always say free gift. And I thought, well, that's kind of redundant because gifts are free.
Yes.
But not all gifts are free. Some of them come with a lot of strings attached.
True.
So then I thought, okay, well, if I'm saying free gifts, that's okay. That's terrific. So why don't you talk to us about your free gift and your offer?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I have a workshop. I run it actually every month and it's coming up soon. It's called the Virtual Edge Workshop.
Mm-hmm.
So I share my 7-step process for creating a workshop. The 7, that's a formula I've created to put your workshop, all the things you need to do to put together a really good workshop, especially that signature workshop that I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And how to have that edge online, that virtual edge, so that you stand out because there's so many events going on. Everybody's going to events everywhere. How do you?
That's about branding. That's about branding, knowing how you're like those people and what your differentiators are.
Yes. So we talk about that too. And then it's a workshop. So we take a few minutes and they work on a piece of it. There's 7 steps, but I just zero in on 2 or 3 really important ones, key ones. And then they do a little bit and we get to share. They have a hot seat coaching opportunity. Somebody comes up and shares and then everybody gets to listen and get a lot of value out of that. They also get a gift, my checklist for events checklist. And then, from there, I usually invite them to that, what I was just talking about, that call with me. So, but it's a really, really interactive, highly engaging couple of hours. You walk away with your blueprint. Like you can take that, what I teach, and go put together a really great workshop if you do all of it, So That's what that is.
Not all of us want to do all of it.
Yeah, right.
We'd much rather have help,
Yes.
and
Help is good.
somebody, those step-by-step things it's just so true.
Mhm.
So how do you go about attracting people to your events?
To your events. Yeah, that's a whole topic right there.
Yeah.
Promoting your event and getting people there. There's two different things here. You're going to, first of all, promote it and get people to register.
Mhm.
And then those people, you need to keep in touch with them and keep them engaged and keep them excited and incentivized to actually show up. So,
yeah.
there's a thing here, right? The number of people that register, usually 20 to 25% of them will actually show up in your room with you. And if you want to raise that, then you got to do some extra things. There's
that
lots of ways.
nurturing piece.
The nurturing, yeah. So the initial promotion, you can promote with, I like to use promotional partners like yourself,
Mhm.
and they would send out emails that you give them to their people and invite them to your workshop. And then you can also, of course, put it all over social media, even do like teasers leading up to it. Don't do heavy promotion until like the week before.
Right.
Do little teasers. Hey, this is coming. Here's a little piece of something that I'm going to talk about. And then you can run contests.
Oh, I
You
had
can,
never thought of that.
yeah, like a bring a friend contest or a little mini challenge beforehand. Hey, I'm going to be talking about such and such at my workshop. We're going to do a little challenge over the next couple of days, and whoever can do these 3 things gets something. I don't know, just keeping the excitement up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can put a banner like right on your Facebook or your LinkedIn, the banner picture.
Mm-hmm.
Change that during your promotional period to be promoting the event. So everybody going to your pages sees that right there.
Oh, you know what? I never thought of that.
Yeah.
I'm a LinkedIn expert.
Yeah, there you go.
And I know now, and something that's really cool. Now you have to have the paid account, but they have actually given people with paid accounts the ability to have a slideshow that goes through, and it hasn't gotten to, LinkedIn rolls things out. First of all, it seems to be in Australia. I mean, that's where they always seem to start. But they roll things out, by different continents and different things. So it's, a lot of times those of us who are in the know, have to just kind of pick that up, and figure it out. And I think it's important that you're able to give people something free, like you said, like a challenge, something that just nurtures it. And I used to do challenges, and I've decided recently that I need to do those again. But I hate Facebook so much.
I know.
I love Facebook. So, yeah. So just for the typical ethical reasons that a lot of us do, that bother us.
Yeah.
But yeah, the challenge is a really great way to do it. And I used to do a five-day one, and I gave up after my first one.
It's a lot of work.
Stick with
All
it,
these events are a lot of work, but
yeah, it is a lot of work. And the thing is that things change so fast that the challenge I put together 6 weeks ago could be very different. It's just that it just changes that fast. And that's one of the ways that we deal with it. And I love the idea of putting it in your banner, though.
yes.
That is really great. And so you can do challenges. You can do like a pre-workshop. Is that what you were talking about? Like a VIP?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For a 3-day event, especially, it's nice to offer a couple of pre-master classes that are just maybe an hour to your VIPs, or you could offer to everybody, but I do it for my VIPs as just an extra bonus for them. And I do a little bit more deeper dive into one piece of the content I'm going to teach. So they get a little bit extra. And that helps people get excited about the event. They want to come because now they've had a little taste of it. They've met a few people. A big part of events is the connection people make with each other inside of your event. Every time I ask this question, I get the same 2 answers when I ask people, why do you go to so many events? Because most people are going to 4 to 8 every week.
Yeah.
And I say, why do you go to so many? And there's 2 answers that always come up. One is connection with other people, meeting other people. And the second one is knowledge and learning, advancing themselves, right? So you want to make sure that you are giving them those two things. And one of the best things to do is to provide an atmosphere for them to connect with each other, get to know each other.
Yes.
And I always tell people attending my events, like, if it wasn't for you, like, you are the ones that actually shaped this event to be something unique. I might have the same information, but because you're here and you are all unique and you're bringing something new to the table with your insights and your questions and what you're sharing inside this event, you make it what it is. It's always different. It's always unique. And it's because of the people attending, and they get to feel a part of it. They get to feel like they are shaping the event. You know, and that is huge.
And that is the reason that I think most of us do go to events. I go to a number of them, and yes, I get a ton of knowledge.
Sure.
But it's more about making the connections for me.
Yes.
You know,
Meeting
being in that room and getting to talk with people on whatever it is that you know the assignment is, you know, and sometimes it's just learning how to introduce yourself to people.
Yeah.
You know, and make that clear, because that clarity is, you know, we always say in branding, you know, make it simple enough that a 7th grader could understand it.
Yeah.
You know, having taught 7th grade, I'm not sure that's good. I think maybe you need to make it so clear a 4th grader can.
I was going to say 3rd or 4th.
It. You know, because and you know, and the jargon and all those things that go on. And one thing I've been really happy about with the people who are coming on the summit is that they're not going into a bunch of jargon. They're not trying to impress you with, you know, all of their knowledge. They're also people who are very real, and who are very authentic, and who really respect, you know, what. If you're a coach, you gotta like people, right? I mean,
I hope so.
It'd be pretty hard to be a coach and not.
It would be.
But you know, so we love them. All of us coaches love them because we, you know, we absorb that. Although I've seen, you know, one of the best speakers I know, now he's not been online, but one of the best speakers I know is my husband, and he can do extemporaneous stuff, but he's a total introvert. He's a total introvert, but you put him on stage and he's fine. Now he's exhausted after he walks up that stage.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and all that. But yeah, I mean, you just have to have that ability to listen, you know, to understand, and to be able to kind of pivot in the moment.
Yes, that's true. Yes, because that's one of the things I actually love the most about running an event, is that I don't know what's going to happen. It's like, ooh, this is an adventure, and I'm ready to pivot, and I want to hear what's on their minds, because if I'm teaching something and I'm sharing something that they don't really want to know, then it doesn't help. But if I know, you know, them, so I'll ask a lot of questions. Where are you guys at? You know, where are you at in your business? What's going on with you? And then I want to be sure to share what they actually need right now in the moment and what they're really curious about. And so that might be a little bit different than what I have on my outline, you know.
Yeah, that's part of getting those questions up front.
Yeah.
Because you know, and that's so helpful, because you know, those questions are what we can then answer for our, you know, for a larger group. You know, the best thing we can do is know what questions they have, you know, and how to answer those in their minds. And you know, in branding, we often say that you know, one of the things that you're looking for is, and I just lost it. Hold on a sec. One of the things that you're looking for is clarity and really understanding, you know, that individuals. And the only way we can do that is through that research and knowing what kinds of questions they have, because that's really what keeps us relevant. And that's what I was going to make that distinction, because being unique and being valuable has everything to do with relevance. Because if it's not relative to the people that you're serving, if it's not relevant, if it's not addressing their problems or their challenges, then it's basically spam. You know, it just bounces off. You know, because they're not going to be there, and that can actually penalize you in having all these people that are dragging you down when really you're looking for that very narrow,
Mhm.
ideal client.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. One of the techniques you can do, speaking of getting questions up front, is collect people's phone numbers when they register so that you can text them or even call them.
Oh, yeah.
They get a phone call, and you can even leave a voice message. I have my VA do that, and just
Oh, that's great.
ask them what's the number one thing you would love to learn at this event, and I'm going to try to fit it in, right? So
Wow, I like that. I'm learning so many ideas here, Janelle. Yeah, just doing that, and we all know that we live on our phones,
we do, yeah.
and
Getting
so,
a text personally from you, the host, they're like, "What, really?"
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and so it's so important that we're able to do this, and I know that so much of what we thought we did before, isn't relevant today.
Yeah.
It just fell off, fell off the map. And by keeping up with what's going on and keeping up with those questions, then we can keeps us informed. And I love the idea of doing the text message, and doing that or calling, because I tell people, like on LinkedIn, everybody leaves, sends you text things.
Yeah.
Down in the corner, there's a little microphone.
Yeah.
You can leave them a voice message.
Voice message.
And-
Yeah.
And how much more personal is that?
Yes.
You
can do
know?
that in Messenger. You can even do it on a text. I didn't realize that I could
Yeah.
actually leave a voice message through text, and I've been doing that.
That.
I can
Oh,
do a video through text, actually.
wow.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
open up my text box, and there's a place to take a video, and I just talk to them. And then I had one person say, "Oh, that meant so much to her. She actually showed up for her call with me because I had sent her this little personalized video just for her." And you can do
Yeah.
that on LinkedIn and
Oh,
everywhere.
yeah.
The
Oh,
more
yeah.
personalized it is, the better.
That's one of the things that I've used in the past, because you can do a 2-minute video message for people. And that's really helpful. And you can use Loom or whatever, whatever kind of thing you want to use. I know on StreamYard, what we're on right now, you can do the vertical videos.
Nice.
And that's become so important because of these.
Yes.
We just are constantly on them. And so it's really great to be able to do that. So one of the things, because I don't like using my phone, I'm really nearsighted and I can't see well enough to do anything, but I can look in on a bigger screen. And so StreamYard gives you that ability to collapse that into a sound bite.
Oh, nice.
And do that, and to do that vertical video, which anything we can do to get that. And I hadn't realized until I had seen it happening, but then I started thinking about it, and I started looking into it, and the vertical videos work better because everybody's on their freaking phone.
Yeah.
And that's how it works. So Janelle, this has been just an amazing experience, and I want to look in here and see. We've got oh, that's from me. Okay, so no, we've had a lot of fall off because we had a problem on LinkedIn yesterday.
Oh no.
Some people are just going to see this in the
Recording.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Yeah. And they can get all of this, if they do that. So I'm going to put a message on LinkedIn and tell them, that, and in fact, I think my VA just did that. My VA has been, he had to cut down to 10 hours a week.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't do it. And oh my gosh.
I know. You realize how much you depend on him, huh?
Oh my gosh. Well, I knew how valuable he was. There was no doubt about that. But when he was gone and I was trying to put together a summit,
yeah. Oh.
It's like something that takes him a half an hour, it takes me half a day.
Yeah.
So I was basing everything on that timeline, and that didn't work. So I'm so glad that he's there. Yeah. And I'm so glad that you have come to talk with us, Janelle, and we will drop the link to your gift.
Awesome.
And
thank you for having me. I've enjoyed this conversation and love talking about events, and branding and connecting and, just helping
All
people.
that good stuff,
Mhm.
all that good stuff. So I'm going to say goodbye now, reluctantly, but I have to make room for the next person. So
All
thank
right.
you, Janelle.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of your summit. Thanks for
We will.
having me.
Okay, folks, that was Janelle Anderson. And if you didn't get to see this, Janelle is she's someone that I've known for a number of years, and I've watched her do this. And now I see the additional value, because I always knew that she had all this value with what she did, but now it has just become, amazing, the support and that ability to go to one person, and see one system and have them take you step by step through it. That's what you need. I mean, that is exactly what you need, and nobody does it better than her. So I'm going to take a brief break, and we will see you at the top of the hour with our next expert, who you're going to love her, Karen Grill. She's a funnel expert, but she's also what's really grabbed me lately was that I was following her on LinkedIn, and I realized, oh my gosh, I've got to do something about my email, because it became very clear that I had a lot to learn. So I'm really excited about having her on, and I'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Actually, Hey, y'all. Dumont Owen here. We have a slight gap. We had a delay with our guest. So I'm going to come back at, I think, 5:15. But in the meantime, I just wanted to tell you about what I'm presenting and why it's so important. I'm a LinkedIn, well, actually, I'm one of 12, less than 12 people in the world certified by Reach Communications as a master personal brand strategist and digital brand strategist. And that's what I bring to the table, because the fastest way to get more clients on LinkedIn is by promoting a powerful brand. But what I'm going to be talking to you about at 4:15 is so important if you're on LinkedIn, because the algorithms have changed. They have totally changed. What I was telling people 2 months ago is totally, I kind of had an idea of where it was going to go. But oh my gosh, what I'm advising my clients to do now is totally different than what I advised them to do, even a few weeks ago. So, well, no, not a few weeks ago, but in the last couple of months, things have really started up, and the algorithms have totally changed. So they're far more interested. People are far more interested, and you're going to get a lot more of a reach if you engage and you build relationships. And it's a totally different thing. So I will be talking to you at 4:15 about that. But I'm going to come back a little bit early because I know some of you have had questions, and I want to be able to answer those. So I will be back at 4:15, and we will talk about all those things you need to know about LinkedIn. See you then. Oh, one last thing. If you have missed some of the summit, and you really want to know what's going on, come on, stop that. Get one of the VIP tickets. They're well worth it. It's $97, but here's what you get. You get the recordings of all the videos. You get everything. You have total access to them. They're yours for life. Secondly, you get a transcript. Now, I'm one of those people who prefer not to learn by video because I can read and I can highlight and everything better if I have something in paper and pen. Or paper and pencil. Yeah. So you also get the videos, you get the transcript, you get this really cool thing that we're doing for the first time. We're creating an ebook for you of all the key takeaway points and insights of each of our speakers. So you will have that, to check and to recheck as long as you want. So that's another thing that you'll have. And finally, we've had some pretty darn good VIP gifts. And I want all of you to be able to receive those because they're worth their weight in gold. So I will be back shortly, but before I go, I am going to drop you the link to the VIP tickets. No, there it is. Hey everyone, Dumont Owen here, and I am so excited about this presentation. I understand that there has been a problem on reaching LinkedIn, so I'm going to do the same exact presentation tomorrow, and we'll send the link out to all of you so that you can get it, because this is just too important for you to miss. So I'm going to start out, well, first of all, who am I? But I'm going to show you that in a minute. So I'm going to start my slideshow and show you this, and then I will come back and ask for questions and all of that. So it's taking a minute. There we go. Hi, this is the LinkedIn Algorithm Mastery class or session, and I'm going to show you how to convert contacts to clients using LinkedIn. So who the heck am I anyway, right? Well, I'm Dumont Owen, and I'm one of less than a dozen people on the planet certified as a master personal brand strategist by Reach Communications. I'm also certified by them as a digital brand strategist. I'm a certified next-gen communications coach and the creator of the lucrative LinkedIn system and the lucrative LinkedIn accelerator. So I want you to stop for a minute before we go any further and just put away anything you have that could interrupt, because I really want your attention here, and we're going to go fast because there's a lot to cover. So you're in the right place if you want to generate high quality, high paying clients consistently. And that's the word you want. You want to close more sales in a way that feels authentic and natural to you. And even the thought of LinkedIn feels overwhelming. I get it. You know, I've made every mistake on LinkedIn you can. So I know it cold, but it's still, it changes all the time. So what I want you to expect to leave with is a higher quality engagement on your content, a bigger network of aligned connections, a repeatable process for consistent lead flow. And why LinkedIn? I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to that for a minute because I just kind of read it off to you. Well, I'll go through. Okay, so it's the only social media platform that is 100% focused on business. You know that if you're on LinkedIn. 80% of leads that come from social media come from LinkedIn. Now that's 4 out of every 5 leads on social media come from LinkedIn. Okay, so it's smaller than the other platforms, but it's got a lot more punch. And finally, LinkedIn users are the most affluent or more affluent than those on other platforms like Facebook, Instagram, all of those. They're much more affluent, so they can afford your premium programs, your prices. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about why we want to brand. And the reason for personal branding is that it is so important on LinkedIn. Your brand is everything. So what does it do for you? Well, first of all, if you have a powerful personal brand, then it helps differentiate you from all the other people who are around you. And that's huge. You really need to do it. You need to know how you're like them and how you're not like them. Credibility. Your personal brand is built on authority. There's nothing negative about your personal brand, so it gives you credibility. Thought leadership, because it establishes you as an influencer. And that's something that LinkedIn is very, very interested in. Authenticity. Authenticity is the whole game. You must have the same personal brand when you're in church or watching your kid's football game or at work. It's all the same. Your brand never varies. Networks and partnerships. It is so vital for you to have a personal brand so that people can relate to you. Client connection, yes, is the best way. I mean, LinkedIn says that it is the #1 way that you can get more clients on LinkedIn. And then trust. Your personal brand builds trust. And that's the most important thing you can have. Okay, so I'm going to show you now why your professional brand, your personal brand is so important. Now, this is the social selling dashboard. They call it the SSI, and it reloads every day. Now, I don't I don't think you need to do it every day, but check it, once a month, know where you're standing. So it has a scale of 100% total. And each of those scales have a total of 25. So if you look down here, you're going to see establishing your professional brand. Well, I was pretty close on that, but you would expect that. Find the right people. At this point, I wasn't doing enough outreach. And so that day this came up and it said, you're not inviting enough people to connect. Engage with insight. And that simply means that you are engaging with people in the feed and not just saying, oh, that's great. You're actually giving them a response, an insightful response. And then finally, it's how you build relationships. And you can see I was, 24.94. So that's pretty close. And what the social index does is it tells you how you rank in your industry and how you rank in your network. So in this case, I was in the 1% for industry and in the top 1% for networking and SSI rank. And that's really important. I want you to get used to checking your SSI dashboard. Okay, let's take a minute here and look at the new buyer's journey, because what I'm trying to do is give you some context. Now, the new buyer's journey has really changed a lot from what it used to be. It used to be when you walked in a store, it was a totally different thing. But in the new buyer's journey that's online, this is how people do it. And the first stage is awareness. Now, this is when they're aware that they have a problem, but they don't know what the problem is. They don't know the cause of it. They may know that they went down in revenue in the first quarter, but they don't know why. And at that point, 19% of people want to talk to you. Okay, 19% of them, all the way back where they don't even know what's causing it. They want to talk to you. And then when the next stage is consideration. Now, in the consideration stage, they know they have the problem. They know what's causing it. And so they're shopping. They're going around and they're researching everyone that they think could provide that solution. So, consideration, when they are in that shopping mode, when they're investigating who can help them, 60% want to talk to you, 60%. And then the final ones is when they're in the decision-making stage. And 20% of people want to talk to you then. But here's the thing. If you're reaching them in these first two stages, you're going to beat out all those people who are focused on the final stage. And, that's where 80% of them focus. So you need to get in there early and start building that awareness, and talking with them, reaching out to them when they're in the consideration stage, and definitely courting them through that process, because that's going to get you there a whole lot faster. Okay, the lucrative LinkedIn roadmap is something that I developed to show you the various steps in a LinkedIn process. So the first stage is strategy. And strategy is really all about clarity, getting clear on your goals. They should be based on your business goals, getting clear on your niche. Now, that is extremely important. And the saying, the riches are in the niches, meaning that if you try and please everyone, you're not going to please anyone, and you're not going to stand out on LinkedIn. There's just no way. And then finally, your brand. And we just finished talking about that. So powerful. So you need to get clear on that. Now, in the second stage, we call this stage awareness. It's not the same awareness you saw in the new buyer's journey. This is awareness of you. This is what you're doing on your end. So during that stage, we position you in the market, okay, so that you are reaching exactly the right people with the right message and getting to them, because it's all about positioning yourself so that you can take advantage of all the opportunities out there. It's also where we develop your profile. And profiles have changed a lot over the last few years. There are, it's constantly evolving, but getting that totally optimized, totally branded profile is so key, because if you post something, people see your profile, don't they? They see your headline. If you respond to something, if you make a comment, they see your headline. And if you are reaching out to them, they see your headline. Everything goes back to your profile. I want you to think of your profile as a landing page. Okay, this is where, if it's optimized correctly, and if you're using the right keywords and the language and all of that, then they are going to be able to find you. But without an optimized profile, you can't get anywhere, because that's where they go. That's your landing page. And if you have a clear call to action on that page that tells them what you want to do next, you want them to do, then you've done the work of a landing page, because that takes you into that funnel that we always talk about, because LinkedIn is a funnel. And people don't realize that. I want you to think of this as a funnel. So, you're going to get cleared, then you're going to position yourself and have the right profile. And in this stage, we also talk about messaging, because you need to have 3 primary messages you send out on LinkedIn. 3, only 3. And that's going to be what you build everything in your content and all of that from there. So you have to get really clear in your messaging and positioning on your profile. Okay, the third step is lead generation. And this is really where people get bogged down. Lead generation includes a lot of things, and it's something that you really have to know. So there are 3 stages of lead generation. The first one is prospecting, knowing how to work the advanced search and using what we call we don't call them, they are Boolean operators. That's an algebraic term, and I'm not going to say that anymore. But it's about being able to find the exact clients that you're looking for. And some of them are going to come from, a lot of them are going to come from here, awareness. So you're going to be prospecting and finding your ideal clients, because they are there. They are on LinkedIn. They just haven't found you yet. Next, we go into connecting. And connecting is about inviting people to sending them an invitation, and they respond. Now, there are some things that you need to know about connecting. It's always best to go to their profile and get some personal information about them and connect from their profile, because then you can add a 30-character, including white spaces, note telling them why you're connecting and mentioning something about their profile. Okay, so that's one way. But if you have a free profile, or if you have the free version of LinkedIn, it's only going to let you send 5 personalized invitations a month, 5 a month. That's not great. But the saving grace is that you're able to send generic invitations. And so you can send those, and then when they respond to your generic invitation, and not everybody will, but when they do, that makes your first message to them. That's your first step in relationship building, because relationships are where they're at. Now, there are other strategies that you can use with a free profile or free version of LinkedIn, and it does take a different strategy. There are ways that you can even ask more people to join you on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn won't stop you, even though you have a free profile. So that's a really cool thing. And then there's relationship building. And LinkedIn has put a premium on relationship building. It's all about meeting, engaging, and building relationships. That's the story on LinkedIn today. So, in general, when you're looking at this 5-step process, the LinkedIn generation is the place where you can get bogged down. Now, my clients get a set of templates, a playbook that they can use, and they can personalize, they can create all these different LinkedIn invitations, messages, everything. Keep them in a file on your desk. And when you get somebody, when you're inviting them, you simply look at that file, you pull out your invitation that you want, copy it, don't cut it, copy it, put it in there, put it in the message, but personalize the message. Okay. So it's really, really, possible to do this in less than 30 minutes a day. And when you first start out, let's be honest, you'll take a little while to build up this system and understand it. But my clients can really, most of them can do it in 30 minutes or less a day, unless they're just starting out, and that takes a little more time. Okay, so the next stage is sales and analysis. And that's something that a lot of us, I'm a coach, I'm a trained counselor, and I hate doing sales, or I did until I discovered this system. But, I used to, when I first started out, they used to tell us that we needed to do cold calls. Okay, cold calls. And I tried. I really tried. I would put it on my calendar and I wouldn't do it. At the end of the week, I wouldn't have anything done. So then I started chunking them and putting them like, I'm going to do 3 hours on such and such a day. And then, then I'll be able to relax and be happy about it and all that. And that didn't work either. At the end of the week, I didn't have anything. So finally I did this one time, and that was the last time I did it. I promised my husband that if I did 3 hours of cold calling, that we should go out to dinner. So at the end of the week, I still hadn't made any cold calls, and I had one pissed off husband. So that kind of cured me of that. I had to find another way. And what I found was that if you do these steps, the strategy, the awareness, and the lead generation, when you get to sales and analysis, it's not that heavy duty, I need you to do it right now. It's not that pushy thing, it's not having to push people into buying your product. Because if you've done the first 3 things, then when you get to sales and analysis, it's really a matter of a match. Are they right for your programs, and are your programs right for them? And it's simple because they already know you, because you've been doing all those parts of the new buyer's journey. They've been traveling through it, and you've been reaching out to them. So by the time you get to sales and analysis, they know you. But you also need to do your sales prep and research. Never fail to do that. Go on LinkedIn, figure out who they are, and prepare for that. Because there's just nothing to replace it. You absolutely have to do the prep and the research, but that doesn't have to be onerous. It's just the the lead in to your sales call. And then you have the sales conversations, and you want to make them comfortable. You want to make them unthreatening. You want to just go through that matching process. And it's going to, your acceptances are going to skyrocket that way. And then finally, it's about analysis. You can't measure anything. If you can't measure it, you don't know how you're doing, right? So all the way down here in strategy, we talked about your goals, right? Your goals on LinkedIn have to be built on your business goals. In other words, if you're promoting a book, and that's what that's what your business goal is this year, is to sell your book, then that's one kind of strategy, isn't it? If your goal this is to get more clients in your business, then your LinkedIn strategy is going to match that. So when we set those goals, we also set what we call key metrics. It's the metrics of what you've done. So, before you go any further in that strategy session, that goal setting also has to set up the metrics that you're going to follow, so that once a month you can go in there and see what's working and what's not. Okay. I mean, you can go in once a week, but you need to really understand how those metrics are working for you. And then the last stage, and this isn't always sequential. Okay. I put content marketing last because you're doing it throughout. You're doing it throughout. You're learning how to do your content, and you're promoting yourself with your content. So the first part of content marketing is planning. You need a calendar of what's being sent out, what you're doing, what channels it's going out on, and then what you're doing each month, and really getting that sequential. Because if you're just out there doing this willy-nilly thing where you're planning, but you're not, well, maybe you aren't planning, actually. You're coming up with content because you're in a hurry, and it doesn't have any strategy involved. It doesn't build up when you have an event. It doesn't highlight the things that you want to highlight. It doesn't address the key things that your clients are going through. And I have a calendar built on the pains and the challenges of my ideal clients. And so I plan out everything so that they will get all of this broken down, over 12 months, because you can see each one has each one of these steps has three things to accomplish. Three things to accomplish. And so you want to make sure that you are planning that correctly so that you can be going through whatever that 12 months looks like for you. Now, the second part is creating. And we are not all writers. We are not even all video people or any of those kinds of things. Creating content can be very, very intimidating. But these days, we have so much help from AI and from automation that we really can do those things. And we really can, use AI to help us develop what we're going to do. Now, I use ChatGPT. I know a lot of people who do, because it's a really great way to figure out the pains and challenges of your ideal clients and create your programs and all of that. Just don't use ChatGPT. It's great for that piece, for doing all the research and putting things together and planning them out, but it can't write worth a damn. So, you can use AI, but before you do, make sure that you're using the right prompts, because those are the prompts that are going to get you the results. So, with everything you're hearing about AI, it sounds scary. It sounds hard to get started with, and I have relatives who just, they don't even know what to do with it. So if you don't have ChatGPT and you're starting out, then you want to make sure that you're clear on what you're asking it, because if you're not clear, if you don't use the right prompts, it's not going to work for you. Okay. When we're talking about the new algorithms, and this we're going into in depth, interesting is not enough anymore. And we're going to talk a lot about that. But the reason it's not enough is because the stories and the things that we used to tell that got out there, they're just not getting the traction anymore. So I had this story called Dumont 1, Goose 0. And it was about when I was 7 years old and I used to hop the fence, or I was actually 5 through 7. I used to hop the fence and run across the yard, play with my neighbor's Belgian Shepherd, King, and then make my way to the apple tree and climb up there and read. And so one day I hopped the fence. I was 7 years old. I hopped the fence, and King didn't come out of the doghouse. A giant goose came out of the doghouse and was snapping at my heels and pecking me. I barely made it up the tree. And this went on for 2 or 3 days before I finally started thinking, okay, how am I going to get around that goose? So I took some pieces of toast that my mom had made, and I went around to the other side of the house, the farthest side that I could go, that the goose would not be right there. And I threw the toast over the fence. I ran around, hopped the fence, and got up the apple tree before it could get to me. So that was my first time that I actually did something strategic. And strategy is something that I've had, all my life. My dad was a fighter pilot, and we used to talk strategy about military strategy. So I really do love strategy, but this is not an article that would go anywhere today. I could use it as an intro, but it's not an article that's going to go anywhere today because it was viral content, and LinkedIn doesn't recognize viral content anymore. You may have noticed that your reach, that the people responding have gone from how many thousands to 10. It's been dramatic. So you really have to understand the algorithms. Okay, let's look at the stats for last year. And I borrowed, you can see on the bonus here, this was from Richard van der Blom, I'm sorry, and he is, he does a lot of research, and so I got this research from him. I want to make clear, I want him to be recognized for it. So engagement has dropped, just in 1 year, engagement dropped by 25%. Organic reach, what we were just talking about, that viral content, declined by 48%. Follower growth, all those people you see with all these followers, follower growth slowed down by 41%. 71% of users are on mobile, whatever your mobile device is. And, this makes a huge difference, because it used to be that everyone was on the computer, but now people are using mobile. We're all on our phones all the time. 85% of B2B leads came from LinkedIn. So that was still happening. And the top 1% who understood this, who got it, were thriving. Okay, so it's really a matter of being forewarned and forearmed. Okay, so what matters most to the algorithms in 2025? And it's a lot different than what used to. Okay, likes still count. People, they count, but they don't have the same kind of weight if you leave someone a comment or share what they did. Or they call it reposting now, or save it. But make a comment, when somebody goes on your profile and just gives you the thumbs up, it's not going to count for much. It really doesn't. What you really need are those comments with insight. Okay, so it's messaging. It's all about knowing what the right message is and getting it out in a way that works, and getting that one-to-one contact with people. It's being out there and really making those connections, really getting to the people on an individual basis, because that's what the algorithms are looking at. And it's reposting. The more times that people repost, the more your reach is going to extend. So when you repost, it has a longer life. So while LinkedIn has cut down on the reach, your content stays out there longer. And then that's what you really want. If that content is going to stay out there longer and I'm going to get more buy-in on it, then that's good enough for me. Okay, and expertise, your expertise, how much people view you as an expert. Timing, the time of day that you put things out really does matter. And all of the timing matters. So that's another piece. And then finally, are you grabbing them? Are you grabbing their attention? Are you saying something that just goes, wow, that really excites them? Because people want to be excited. You have to, and there's so much content out there that you have to be really, really good at doing that. Okay, so what's driving all of this change? And this is where we're really going to get into the algorithm. New limits on free accounts, and I just talked about that with you. Death by hashtag. Okay. It used to be that, you'd add hashtags and some people had a lot of hashtags, and people could find you because you were looking for viral posts. Well, LinkedIn doesn't honor viral posts anymore. They're not interested in viral posts. And if you put a lot of hashtags, it'll just shut you down. So you really need to start really looking at those hashtags. I still use them, but I only use 3. And I tell my clients, don't use more than 5, because then you're getting into dangerous territory. You can still use them, and they do help people find you, but don't expect, don't put like 8, 10, 12 hashtags, and you see people who have done that. Don't do it. The rise of AI, and that has made a huge change, because LinkedIn isn't looking at the hashtags anymore. It's looking at the content. And LinkedIn actually uses AI. You've seen it on LinkedIn now in all these different places. It uses AI instead of looking at the hashtags. And the emphasis on authenticity, and that goes back to your brand, doesn't it? There's a real emphasis now on people who are relating authentically, who are coming across authentically. You have to be real. You've heard it throughout this entire summit. You have to be real. You have to be you. And that's all about that branding piece. You have to engage. LinkedIn is really looking at engagement right now. So that's actually driving the change. The top 1%, again, are just thriving with this because they understand it. They understand the algorithms. Now, this slide, for some reason, I couldn't get to roll, but I'm just going to go through these because these are the topics that perform best. Career development. LinkedIn started out as, almost like a job hunt. It was a job hunting site. And it's still, I was in higher education. I was helping my students. And I would get all of them on LinkedIn because that's where they search for a job. And it still is the most powerful topic out there. Then there's work-life balance. And, especially after the pandemic, a lot of us really looked at work-life balance, and it became a bigger issue. So it's really performing very well. Company culture performs well, and talking about, particularly if you're in B2B, what the company culture is, and having some of your assistants, whoever you have working with you. It really is about that. People like to know about your company, so take them behind the scenes, right? That's what they want. Individual accomplishments. So you can talk about things that you have accomplished, and people will pay attention to that. You see it on LinkedIn all the time. Oh, I got this great testimonial. That's what they're doing. They're going out and they're marketing those professional accomplishments. So pay attention to that. And then there are professional challenges, and that's a biggie. People are looking at resolutions. They come to LinkedIn because they want solutions to their professional challenges. And that's where a lot of us come in. Leadership and management is another huge piece on LinkedIn as far as topics that perform well. And then talking about networking and relationships, how to build them, how to create those networks. That's another topic that performs well. Industry news still does, but it's really fallen off. It used to be that everything was about the news and what was going on in the industry. That's declined a bit. So just be aware of that. Okay, what to post? We want to look at the things that people really buy. And here are some ones that have always worked. Lists and frameworks. You know, the top 10 lists, people love those. We used to call them listicles and frameworks, you know, something that gives them, you know, an easy to understand way to look at things. Data and research insights. We're talking about research insights right now. The data is really important. People want to hear it. How-to tutorials. Yes, you know, we want to know, we want to see something that leads us step by step through what we're doing. So tutorials and how-tos are really, really hot. Stories and narrative. Now I just told you that a story is not going to go viral, but you certainly want to bring in stories into your narrative. You know, it has to be presenting something meaty, but your stories can absolutely lead into that. So it's very important to pay attention and bring in stories. Just make a list, just start jotting them down. Every story you can think of and keep thinking of them. You know, I can make a story about last night at dinner. So once you get used to storytelling, you're going to really start seeing some results when you can personalize your posts. And resource guides. Oh, people love resource guides. I just created a lead generation guide for LinkedIn, and it has been really hot. People really want to see that. Opinion and thought leadership. Now these, you know, that's golden on LinkedIn. They're really looking at the thought leadership. See, LinkedIn's algorithms have changed, and I'm going to explain to you what they've changed to. Spam, if they see it as spam, you're shut down immediately. You don't get anywhere with it. People don't like to be spammed. If you are writing pretty generic stuff, you know, it doesn't have any kind of a personal point of view, or, you know, it's really not anything that you've really thought about. It's the same, you know, you went to ChatGPT and said, you know, give me an article about blah, blah, blah. And that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for real thought leadership and for your opinions. And if there's one thing we know, it's that opinions matter. Opinions have a lot to do with it. So the third area, I just jumped ahead of myself. The third step is viral posts. And those used to work really, really well. But LinkedIn, as I told you, isn't recognizing that. What they're recognizing is opinion and thought leadership. And if you don't have a LinkedIn newsletter, create one, because every time you post something in a newsletter, it also gets posted to the feed, but it gets sent to all of your subscribers. So it's a really powerful piece. And finally, questionnaires and discussion prompts. People really like these. You know, give them a questionnaire that they can use. I write my own stuff, but I go into ChatGPT. I'll bet you didn't know you could do this. I go into ChatGPT, I feed my article into it, and then I say, you know, give me some questions that I can ask that, you know, no, I'm sorry, that's not what I was going to say. I go into ChatGPT and I ask it to create a PDF or worksheet based on that article, because then I can go to LinkedIn, I can post my article, but I can also add that PDF or worksheet or whatever it is, so that people are getting instant gratification. They have something that they can put in place right now. Okay, you want it to be practical. People want help. And so really understanding that stuff is so important. And then prompts, you know, I've already talked about that. On AI, you really need to know the prompts. And then finally, news-related stories still get in there, but they're not as big as they used to be. Okay, so if the stuff that we talked about isn't getting the attention, what do you need to know? Well, instead of the viral emphasis that LinkedIn used to have, now it's more about dwell time. And dwell time means how long people stayed on your content. So the longer they stay on the content, the more LinkedIn goes, oh, they're posting something good. So it promotes it, it gets it out there. So which formats really get the reach now? And by reach, I mean the dwell time. Which ones are really going to help you? Okay, first of all, carousel posts. And you've probably seen them. They're like a slide deck that they put a picture there, and there are arrows on either side, just like any other slide deck, and you can go through them. Now, the key to carousel posts is you still have to say something that will keep people riveted. You have to have an idea there that they can buy into. So carousel posts are very good, as are infographics, because it takes people a while to look at it. Now, depending on who you're looking at, Chris Donnelly and Will McTighe, I never can pronounce his name right, came up with this information, and I'm taking their research, but Richard Vanderblom, the one that I just showed you a while back, he has the same too, but he's got them reversed. He says infographics and then carousels, but both of them are something that you need to learn how to do. Vertical video. And, video has been hot on LinkedIn for a long time, but it's been dropping off. And the reason it's dropping off is because everyone's watching them on their cell phones. So you need to do vertical video where you are showing up in the same proportions as what they're going to see on their phone. So it makes all the sense in the world. So you can do it on your phone. I do it on StreamYard because it gives me an easy way to do it, and I'm nearsighted, so it doesn't work with my phone very well. But you want to have vertical video. Motivational quotes. And, I used to look at these and think, oh, that's just filler. But the truth is that people like motivational quotes, but they need to have something to do with the point you're making. So you can do motivational quotes, you can make those up in Canva and have your background for it. So that's very, very important. Then there are personal images, and personal images have to do with something that relates to you. It can be it's something about your personal life. Text only, I'll bet you didn't see that one coming. Text only posts actually get a lot of followers. So you want to make sure you're doing that, because what you want to do is serve up a collection of all these things in different ways. So text only posts can do as well as posts with pictures, but you have to do them within the mix. Okay, so what's working on LinkedIn? And this is painful to me. Emojis are they're big. They tell you to have at least 8 emojis in your article. Okay, they get read more. Now I personally despise emojis. If I want to think something's cute, I'll watch. Oh, what was that show? I can't think of the name of the show, but it had Tinky Winky and all these different characters and this big happy sunshine. So that's what I did. But it works. So go out there and get those emojis and put them in, because they really, really work in keeping people on your article or whatever you're doing. Okay, so what's working? Open-ended questions. And this is big in terms of your call to action. You should always have a call to action on everything that you post. Tell people what to do next. But if you want them to really comment and engage on your post, you want to ask them open-ended questions, not closed ones. There used to be a lot of people doing polls on LinkedIn, and they'd say something like, okay, chocolate or vanilla, what's your favorite ice cream? Well, that's not really an open-ended question. But if you are asking people something that encourages engagement, then you're going to end up with more engagement. You're going to end up with more comments, more reposts, more saves. And those are all the things that will get you that engagement that LinkedIn is looking for. Okay, and another couple of things that matter that are working, authenticity. And we've been talking about that in terms of branding and trust. Building up that trust and really getting to know people. That's that whole thing. If you're authentic, you build trust. And branding builds trust. Okay, so let's talk about hooks. Now, when I'm talking about hooks, I'm talking about that piece that you lead in with. And I don't care if it's a carousel, it's an article, it's a list, it's whatever it is, you need hooks. In other words, you have to have something there that is going to hook your readers or your viewers or whatever they are, that's going to hook them immediately. So you really need to be aware of how important they are. Now, one hook that a lot of people use, and I hope I'm not offending anybody by saying sacred cows, but they are the things that your entire industry agree, on, and they see that as important. Take another viewpoint. If they're not doing something that you agree with, take that on. Make that a hook. Everybody in my business says blah, 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 or everybody in my industry says blah, 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 blah. I don't believe that. I don't think that that's the right answer. And then there are unexpected results, like when, something happens and you're reporting data that really shows that, hey, this was totally unexpected. Look at this data and see what it says, just like I'm doing with the algorithms right now. And then there's reversing the common wisdom, that everybody is writing about. Turn it upside down. Turn it upside down. You can still talk about it, but you're going to turn it upside down and take a different look. Okay, I am going to stop for just a minute to see if we have any questions. No, we don't. Okay, so I'm going to get started again. So, okay, so what's not working? I already talked about death by hashtags, and you just be very careful. Best days to post. Now, this was a real shocker for me, but it actually makes a lot of sense. The best day to post is Sunday, because people are relaxed and they're starting to go back to their computers and, and scroll through things. They're on LinkedIn and they're scrolling through and they're going, oh, here's something interesting. The next best day is Saturday, followed by Friday, followed by Thursday. The worst day of the week to post articles or content, and this used to be the best day, is Tuesday. So don't post on Tuesday, and don't bother with Monday either, because that's not going to make much difference. But what you need to know is that on Thursday and Sunday, you want to do educational content. And on Friday and Saturday, something shorter, zippier, kicky, a different type of thing. Do I mean you have to post all 4 days? No, I don't mean that. When I first started out on LinkedIn, the common wisdom was that you invited 500 people to connect a week and you posted 5 times a day. And I actually tried to do this. And the thing is, with posting, I turned out a whole bunch of crap that year because I was just desperate to get something out. And then, it was, I really regret some of that. And then reaching out to 500 people, a week. I mean, come on. You can't build relationships with 500 people a week. There are people who are in lead generation. You've heard all of them. I'm in lead generation, but I don't operate this way. I believe that being authentic and putting that stuff out and being clear about it is really what's going to make a difference. You don't have to post 5 times a week. 1 time a week is enough, particularly if that's a LinkedIn newsletter. But you can also put in some of those quotes and those tips. Tips go really well. Something that people can kind of relax. It's not heavy. They can just see it and play with it. Okay. The best times to post. Now, this is pretty surprising. GMT. Now I'm in the United States, so 1 p.m. GMT is where I am, which is in the Eastern. No, I based this on Pacific time, so that would be 6 a.m. Pacific time or 4 a.m. my time. I'm in the Eastern time zone, so that's why you want to schedule your post. And you can do that on LinkedIn. You can schedule your post to go out at different times of the day, different days of the week. You don't need to have another platform that does it for you, because you can do it yourself. It's really simple. Okay. And that brings us back to the roadmap, because if you are doing all of these things and you are really, really working at it, then that roadmap really comes in, for you. And it's really important to remember those 5 stages: strategy, awareness, lead generation, sales and analysis, and content creation. Okay, I want to present to you something that I developed for my clients. It's called the Lead Generation Accelerator. Hold on, I'm not full screen here, am I? Okay. Okay, let's keep going here. Okay, present. So let's keep going. My PowerPoint is down here someplace. I just lost it. No, that is not what I'm looking for. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, getting started again. So I'm going to start back from this point. Okay, come on. Where is it? No, it's not what I want. Hang on a second. Okay, there we are. Hold on a second and I'll get this started for you again. Slideshow. Play from current slide. Okay. Here we go. Okay. I have a new program called the Lucrative LinkedIn Accelerator. Well, it's not new. It's just at a greater depth than some of the other things I've done. And the Lucrative LinkedIn Accelerator is something that can land you more clients in 90 days or less. 90 days or less. And think about what one client would mean to you. Getting one new client, you walk away with a lot, don't you? So one client for me, pays for all my stuff. So you can you'll walk away with, and you'll land more clients with a client-oriented LinkedIn profile that establishes you as a thought leader in your field. A straightforward content strategy to guide your posts. And that is so important in terms of, remember I was talking about you need to plan it out. That's extremely important. my 5 effective 5-step social selling method, which you just saw, to convert conversations into clients. Practical guidance. I give you templates and real-time support for lead generation. And increased visibility, stronger connections, and a consistent flow of qualified leads. And that's what we're all looking for, isn't it? We want that consistent flow of qualified leads so that we can sell more on LinkedIn. So making that all flow and work together. And you'll get clear on your actionable strategies. You're going to be able to implement them immediately with confidence. And then finally, this is about utilizing an effective system, not working harder, but using a system that's going to, once you have it down and running or you have it set up, is not going to take you any more than 30 minutes a day. So it also comes with bonuses. Okay, it comes with the lucrative LinkedIn system. And the lucrative LinkedIn system is a 6-week course that I teach. And it takes you step by step through the 5 stages you just saw. And with the lucrative LinkedIn system, you get 6 group coaching sessions and 2 private coaching sessions, one to look at your profile and make sure it's really right, and the other one to look at your strategy and where you're going with this after the 6 weeks. It's a repeatable client attracting system tailored to LinkedIn, and it is absolutely based on everything that you've seen. And if I can do it, you can do it, but you just have to have someone walk you through it. AI content prompts and expert support. I will give you all the content, all the prompts you need to build your LinkedIn profile, to plan out your content. I'm going to show you everything. You get all my content with this. Okay, and here's someone that took my course, and I don't see her name on here. Oh, it's at the bottom, but I left it in black. This was from Janine, and she took my course. She is a leadership coach. And she said, Dumont's LinkedIn system completely changed the game for me. Her thoughtful approach and clear guidance made LinkedIn easy to navigate, and now I feel confident and empowered to build my business. If you want to establish a strong presence on LinkedIn, this is the program for you. So that's just that one bonus. Okay. So, and what you do in these areas is you get those 2 sessions, you get the 6 group coaching sessions, and you get a content marketing deep dive. That's a 6-hour deep dive that I do with everyone in my course. So, it's really, we are going to really get into how you build that whole content calendar, how you use the right prompts, the whole business. It's a 6-hour interactive workshop where you will be able to map out your content. Okay, so you get 1 year of, and by the way, the LinkedIn, the 6-week LinkedIn profile course sells for $997. You get 1 year of free admission to all of my master classes, and these are 90-minute classes where, again, I take you on a deep dive. So that's a $797 value. Then you get 1 year private community access for accountability, feedback, and motivation. And I will tell you, I am in a number of communities because the accountability really keeps me going. We go in, we talk about our goals, we talk about where we want to be in the next week. And then we select our goals, and then we meet in an accountability meeting where we can tell each other whether we made our goals, whether we didn't, what was going on, and what we're going to do the next week. It's so important. And then you also get all that feedback, and I give you a lot of feedback, but your fellow community members will also give you a lot of feedback, and they understand it from your point of view. And then motivation, it just keeps you going. These are your raving fans who are going to keep you moving forward. Okay, you also get 1 year access to the vault. And that includes my AI prompts, my interviews with experts, ebooks, and I interview a lot of experts. So all of that is in there. My ebooks, all the automation and tutorials, messaging templates, checklists, and scripts. So you are never guessing. You always know, what's in there. So you are going to get all of this before it, as part of the lucrative LinkedIn Accelerator, and you get this, and that's a $497 value. You get free tickets to all of my summits, the VIP tickets, so that you can actually get in and get all that. And if you miss it, you have all the VIP stuff you want. You've got the videos, you've got the transcripts, you've got the VIP gifts, and you've got the ebook that we were producing that will tell you the key takeaways of each presentation, their insights and their takeaways. $297 value. LinkedIn, or lifetime access to all the course content in the LinkedIn recordings, and that's a $497 value, because you get all of that through it. And then there's a super bonus that goes with that class, and that is, I just told you that the algorithms on LinkedIn change all the time, right? They change all the time, and you have to keep up with them. So knowing that, once you take the course for free, and you're getting the course for free if you're doing the accelerator, once you take the course, you can take it as many times as you want. And I offer it 4 times a year. So, that's literally priceless. You can't get any better than that. So, the free VIP ticket to all summits, I just covered that. Okay. You're also going to get the LinkedIn Profile Mini Course. Now, this is a combination of working with me and of going to group coaching sessions and all of those kinds of things. So that's the mini course. And it's going to take you right through it. It's only 2 private coaching sessions, but it's all video. And I meet with you before you take it, and then I meet with you afterwards to give you those private coaching sessions on what you need to do. Okay, so the lucrative profile mini course is a $297 value. And I'm sorry, I seem to have messed up this slide. It's a $297 value. You get 2 coaching sessions in it. But since you're in the accelerator, you're going to get 8 coaching sessions, because you have 6 coaching sessions with me, and you have the private coaching sessions for the mini course. And then we also do that deep dive. So the LinkedIn Profile Mini Course, I just did that. Sorry, guys, I was doing this on a hot PowerPoint. This is Bob. He's an executive coach. As a former sales leader, repositioning myself as an executive coach, I struggled to stand out in a crowded market. The lucrative LinkedIn system helped me clarify my personal brand, optimize my profile, and build a consistent content strategy. Within 5 weeks, I landed 2 clients and feel more confident than ever. So there's a little testimonial for you. So when you do the LinkedIn Accelerator, you're getting 6 live group coaching sessions. That's a $997 value. 2 private coaching sessions to review your profile and strategy. That's a $400 value, because I charge $200 a session. A 1-year access to the vault. That's all the AI prompts, interviews with experts, ebooks, automation, tutorials, messaging templates, checklists, and scripts. All of that stuff is in there. You also get 1 year in my private community for accountability, feedback, and motivation. And that's a $497 bonus. You get 1 year of free access to all of my master classes, and that's $797. And you get a free VIP ticket to all summits, which is a $297 value, and life access to all the course content and recordings. That's a $497 value, And lifetime free enrollment would be, if you were taking the course over again, it would be $997. But actually, once you take the course, as I said, you can take it as many times as you want. So the total value of this course is $4,997. Your investment for that is $1,997. But if you sign up for the course before 12 a.m. Eastern, meaning midnight Eastern on Saturday, okay? So if you get in before that, it's going to be $1,498. And finally, if you invest by tonight, you'll get it for $1,297. So, it's important. You want to go for it, and that's what it's all about. So, oh, hold on. Okay, let's see if we have any questions. Uh-oh. Okay. I have a message from our next speaker, so I'm going to go ahead and take care of her. I want you to remember that you can get the VIP tickets for $97. And I will be, since there was the snafu on LinkedIn, I will get you set up. So I'm going to stop right now so that I can take care of our next speaker. And I will see you again tomorrow, because I know a lot of you had trouble getting on from LinkedIn. Okay, we have a problem with our speaker being able to access StreamYard, so I'm getting my VA to look into it for us, and hopefully we'll get her here really soon, because I got to tell you, I always joke that I have to have, a cafe mocha with 2 shots of espresso in it, just to get up to the same energy level that she's at. So I am trying to get a hold of him. Okay, folks, I am waiting to get a response back. I'm going to tell her that I'll send her the link again and see if she's got the right link. Okay, so I have sent her an email. I've popped the link into the chat, and I think we're just going to have to wait a few minutes. But I have to tell you about Kimberly Crow because she is absolutely amazing. And I was so excited when she agreed to be on the summit. She is an international speaker. She is so energetic. I wasn't kidding about having to have the cafe mocha and two espressos. I don't have them, but I feel like I would need them ever to have as much energy as this woman has. She has these wonderful programs that you can get into for free and find people who are looking for speakers and people who have opportunities for speakers. And by speakers, I mean podcasts, stages, videos, whatever it is, whatever you're on. If it's a summit, great. So, Kimberly, oh my gosh, I was that happened to somebody earlier, but she didn't connect with me, so I didn't know it. I just kept wondering why she didn't show up.
Ah, okay.
You know, and she was really good, but you know, I've been talking about you for a while now, because you are just so valuable. So hold on, I want to introduce you to everyone. Kimberly Crow is a dynamic international speaker, entrepreneurs, and co-creator of Speakers Playhouse. That's what I was just talking to you about, and founder of Entrepreneurs Rocket Fuel, having spoken on over 5,000 stages to elevate their visibility and amplify their message. Wait. Kimberly, oh, I get it. Okay. Kimberly helps coaches, entrepreneurs, and speakers to elevate their visibility and amplify their message by getting on stages and grabbing the mic. And I've been telling people this whole time, Kimberly, that you say to grab the mic. I can't remember exactly how you say it, but I'm sure you'll do it. And through these events like Podapalooza, see, talking about podcasts, keynoting camp, Voices of Women, and the Influencers Cruise, she creates powerful spaces for individuals to connect, celebrate, and grow. And yeah, someday I'll be enough of an influencer like you, Kimberly, to go on the Influencers Cruise. I'm so excited to see you.
Dr. Dumont, it's just a delight to see you as well. I'm so glad I was able to get in.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yes. So would you like me to just ask you questions, or do you have a presentation?
No, you're welcome to go ahead. I'm here for you, for your audience.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions you have about getting on stage.
So a number of things, Kimberly, because you are involved and you offer so many opportunities for people. So I wonder if we could first talk about I just lost it. Entrepreneurs Rocket. Oh, I can't believe I forgot this. Rocket Fuel.
Yes.
Rocket Fuel. Okay. Could you talk about that a little bit first?
Yes, Entrepreneurs Rocket Fuel is actually the name of my company, and when I launched it, it was really about launching, right? And when you are launching a business, it's like launching a rocket. 90% of the fuel is burned just getting out of the atmosphere, right? And so we need to add additional rocket fuel to our business so that we can really truly launch. And so that was the company that I started, and it was all about helping people launch their businesses. And then as I sort of grew in the business, there were a lot of people who had businesses already launched, but they weren't doing well. They were sort of the best kept secret. They were amazing programs, products, and services, but nobody knew about them. And I thought, one of the surprises that most entrepreneurs get is when they start a business, they don't realize that they don't just create this amazing product, they actually have to sell it as well.
Did that one.
That's when we get into a little bit more trouble. And I will tell you that that unfortunately there are people who are really good at sales that might get the offer, that might close the deal, but they're not necessarily as good as the heart-centered entrepreneur at delivering. And the entrepreneur who has an amazing program, product, or service may not be good at sales. So the deal is you got to get out there and get visible. And a really simple, straightforward, easy way to do that is by getting on stages and speaking about your passion, the things that you love the most about what you do, and just sharing that so that you light up enough for people to find you.
Yeah. It's a real skill, and it's a real something that somebody has to lead you into. So, I first found you, I think I started I actually met you at one of the conferences, because you're everywhere. And I remember just thinking, oh my gosh, I could never keep up with this woman. Because
well, look at you now. You're doing summits. You're out everywhere. I love it, Dumont. You're just amazing.
Yeah. And it's still intimidating for me, and I can freeze, I can, do all of those things, but you just have to keep working at it. you know,
So
and
that's the
can do
thing with
that.
public speaking. The good news and the bad news is the same news. The way to get good at public speaking is by publicly speaking. You
Yeah.
just got to do it. And people ask me, they'll say, like, when did you first start speaking? And I will tease and say, probably the same time all of you did, right about age 2 or 3, right? Like we all started speaking about the same time.
Yeah, right.
But really, getting confident and getting on stage, it's just a matter of practice and getting out there and doing it over and over again, and getting used to it, and then being able to take it on. I just was speaking on another summit earlier today, and we talked about this factor of how do I know when I'm good, or how do I know when I'm good enough? And
Mhm.
the big news is you're good enough when you're doing it. When you get out there and you're like, I'm hosting a summit, no matter what happens, you hosted a summit. You did it,
Yeah.
right? You made that happen. And there are plenty of people out there who are on the cusp of doing that. And there's plenty of people who are just talking a good game that maybe one day I'll host a summit, or maybe one day I'll write a book, or maybe one day I'll launch a business, or maybe one day, and that
Yeah,
one day never
yeah.
comes. But for those people who actually do it, even imperfectly, they're actually getting it done.
Yeah, and I've certainly bumbled in my share of things, but it does take that resilience. And I know that when I told this story a while back, when I first started live streaming, and that was scary.
Yeah.
That was really scary. So I did it perfectly the first time, and then for the next 8 times, I wasn't live streaming. I will go through this whole thing talking to people, and I couldn't get it to work. So I had to come back and just keep trying. And finally, I got the president of the company, and I said, you've got to help here because I don't know what's going on. And he actually did get with me and tell me what I was doing wrong. But you have to be really determined.
Awesome.
to
I
keep
totally agree.
going. Yeah.
Well, I'd love to find out who's watching right now. If you all are a coach or an author or a speaker or a creative, put it in the chat. Let us know how you're coming at this summit and what you've been up to. What are you doing in the world and making a difference? How are you changing the world? How are you making a difference in the world? What are you up to? And I'd love to know who's here. And if you are a coach or an author or an entrepreneur or a creative or a healer, you're in the right place. Learning and getting to that next level from people that are amazing. This summit has been fully packed with some really, really amazing folks. I know many of them, and
Yeah,
they've this audience that are really fantastic. The golden nuggets that have been dropped here today, really fabulous stuff. So
Yeah.
hopefully you're taking notes, you're making sure that you're learning, and that's really just step one. Fantastic. The next step is actually taking action. Now, I'm a big law of attraction fan, love law of attraction. Law of attraction, it's not about action. It's about allowing the universe to let things happen. And while that is true, it is true. And taking action for the sake of taking action can be very frustrating. Like, I just need to knock this out or get it done. Law of attraction is based on inspired action. Inspired action. That means when you are inspired to do something, when you are so passionate about doing something that you can't not do it, that you can't not help people with your magic secret sauce, that you can't hold back the amazing stuff that you've got because the world needs it. That's when you are inspired to take action.
Absolutely. And I will tell you, Kimberly, that something about the way this was posted on LinkedIn, it's not working. So my VA is working on it. So what I'm going to do is, because we're not getting any of those people, I'm going to rerun this tomorrow.
Awesome.
So that people can see it, because I know how good this is and how valuable it is.
Absolutely.
So,
and we'll make sure that, put the notes in the chat and in the stream. Let us know where you are in the world. We would love to help you get to that next level. And
absolutely.
From that need to get perfect, because I don't know if you're aware, but all of us are imperfect people. We are imperfect people.
Really?
Imperfect parents in an imperfect world. And
Yes.
so none of us are going to do it perfectly every time.
And I have, I don't know if you're familiar with positive intelligence, but,
Yes.
but one of my, and it just showed up again for a while. I think I didn't want to admit it, is stickler. I'm a stickler for perfection. And
Mm.
I've just had to, it's like in my mind, I'm just prying my hands off, because I want to hang on to it, but I've had to learn that the unexpected happens, and you just can't, you can't expect perfection. That's all there is to it. And we all know people, including me, who do that. So being able to do it, imperfectly is just as important, because you're right. I don't know too many perfect people, and if I did, I wouldn't want to hang around with them.
Well, they're hiding something, right? Because none of us are perfect. It's just not possible
Exactly.
to be
And
in that perfection. And if we're showing up that way, then we're just showing up falsely, right? So I
yeah,
admire that you did it. One of the cool things about, I love that you say, I have a tendency to be a stickler and I want control. Control is that fabulous, like having control of stuff and being like, I know I can make this work is it's so
it's
tempting.
false.
It's so tempting. But the beautiful thing about you is that you went forward anyway, right? A lot of people would toss their hands up or be like, forget the whole thing, or we'll start over, or I wasn't meant to be. And you didn't. You just kept pushing through, and you're like, this is what it is today. Tomorrow it will be different.
It'll
Tomorrow
be different.
better. Tomorrow we'll fix some other stuff. And the next time we do a summit, it'll be even more different, right? And it might not be more perfect. It might be, I've done over 100 summits.
Yeah,
So
or it doesn't,
not our
or it just
personal-
doesn't happen. You don't let go of it, because that's a way too. By waiting for that perfection, it's a way of putting off
That's right.
the action, and I feel like
Perfection
I'm
is also
doing
known
something.
as procrastination.
Yeah. Well, perfectionism and procrastination go together.
Yep.
Totally. Yeah, I've recognized that those are the two. I guess they're the two perils that you can go through. And Kimberly, I have been such a fan, and I just, because I was supposed to be doing a live stream with somebody on Thursday, and I just changed it because I've got to get back to Speakers Playhouse.
Oh, I'm so glad. Speakers
So
Playhouse.
would you talk
That's
about?
your week.
Yes, talk about Speakers Playhouse, because it's an amazing thing. And what you guys get done in that amount of time is incredible.
Well, we keep it moving very fast. It's very high energy, gamified networking event for speakers and show hosts to get together and book stages and connect with each other. It's a great place for you if you're a stage host and you're looking for guests or looking to get the word out about your show. It's a great place for you if you're a speaker looking to get on other people's stages and make great connections. And if you're a coach or a healer or a creative, it's a great place to go, because every single week we give away a different program every week that will help you in your business or your speaking career. And it's given to every single person who's in the audience. So, and it's different every week. So you got to show up every week.
Yeah. There's some really great deals when, that you guys drop. And you also you have a retreat that I haven't been able to go to, that's all about speaking.
Our speaker
retreat is it's an event.
Yeah, so we have Keynoting Camp. Keynoting Camp is all about creating and finishing your bookable, billable keynote talk. And then you apply for keynotes during the event and actually launch your keynote career. So that's really fabulous. That's an in-person event. We also have the Influencers Cruise, where you become an international speaker, because we actually get you to speak on the cruise ship during the cruise.
Wow.
Amazing opportunity there.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that you were behind that.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, because I know Jay Fairbrother mentioned it one day and said, I'm waiting for the Influencers Cruise, and I was just happy to be on the Marketers Cruise.
It's awesome. Marketers Cruise is fantastic.
Yeah,
It's 450 of your new best friends that show up on an event on a cruise ship with you. Super fun, great connections, and you get a chance to hug people like Dumont in person.
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's a game changer for a lot of entrepreneurs.
And I loved it. I went once and I got COVID, so I missed all the islands, missed the last 2 days. But after I left, people told me, because when I went on the marketers cruise, I was thinking of doing a mastermind for women over 60, and I was doing research is what I wanted to do, and I missed those last days, and so somebody said to me, you should have gone. There were women who were 80 and 90 years old rocking the stage. And I came back and I said, why am I going to help people over 60? I'm going on 76. I want to talk to people like me. I want them to be in my mastermind. So it's a terrific place for meeting, like you said, all your new best friends, and you learn so much. And then you get to have fun.
Yeah. We actually did a version of Speakers Playhouse on the last Marketers Cruise so that people could connect with stages and speaking opportunities and get a chance to grab the mic. Very powerful opportunity. A lot of fun there.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that because I really do want to get on more stages and do all that. And I know you're the person to come to because you make all the connections. And for somebody who has spoken on so many stages, if we're going to do it, we need to be in the hands of an expert, because I'll tell you, getting up on a real stage, like standing in front of people, that's my fear.
Well,
that's my fear.
We actually have a couple of tips for folks, if you have time, on how to get over that fear of getting on public stages. Are you interested?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Awesome. Well, a lot of coaches will, and I don't know where this came from, but they'll tell you to, just ignore it, or picture the audience in their underwear. And I don't know, if I pictured the audience in their underwear, I'd be a lot more nervous than if I didn't. I wouldn't go nervous at all. But I will tell you that there are tips that you can use that will help you with stage fright. The first one is, when you're feeling stage fright, you're feeling real emotions that you can't just ignore. They're real things, and they're chemical processes that are happening in your body. Your stomach may be doing flip-flops. Your breathing may be changed and hurried.
Oh, yeah.
Throat might be closing up. Your ears might be ringing, or your head might be spinning. And that's really happening. So,
or you may be in the middle of an anxiety attack.
Right? Yeah. I've never had a panic attack, but I'll tell you, the closest one I ever came to was when I was doing my TEDx. Right before I got on that stage. It's a very intimidating opportunity.
Yeah.
So when you have that, you can't just pretend it's not happening. But what you can do is, of course, breathe. Breathing is going to get that circulation going. But then when you are feeling those feelings, realize that those feelings of fear are the exact same feelings that you have with excitement. If you're excited to get on a roller coaster, your stomach may be doing flip-flops, your breathing might be faster, your throat might be closing up, your ears might be ringing, and your head might be spinning. And it's the same chemical process in your body. So the next time you say to yourself, I'm so nervous to get on stage, try telling yourself, I'm so excited to get on stage, because your body doesn't know the difference, and your brain will help you out, because your brain is processing the same chemicals.
I was talking to a woman recently who has retreats, and I said, well, how are you going about this? Because she had overcome some real obstacles to do it. And she said, it was the day that I decided that I wasn't ever going to say, I have to do anything. I was going to say, I get to do this.
Yeah.
And so it really is it's really going through that process, like you said. And I didn't realize that was actually a chemical process that was the same as excitement. Now, I have to tell you, I've only been on one roller coaster, and they had to carry me off. But
that's not my cup of tea either. My kids love roller coasters, and I'll go on the one with them, right? And then they want to go on that same one over and over again. And I'm like, I'll wait over here. I'm going to go have a glass of wine. I'll be good. And then we're on the next roller coaster. I'll do each one with you once, but then I'm like, I'm out.
in fact, that just reminded me, because my first date in high school, in junior high school, we went to the county fair and they had the wild mouse. And that one's one where you go out over the edge. I mean, you just feel like you're going to go right off the edge. And I'd forgotten about this. My date had to help me off because I was just like, so yes, we have some things that scare us, but I can't help but think of how amazing that opportunity is. And the Speakers Playhouse is kind of that first step, in getting exposure to you and understanding what you really do, and then all these great opportunities. So what would you tell someone who has never been on a stage, any kind of stage, podcast, anything?
Yeah.
Where would you tell them to start with this?
Yeah, I think I would tell them to start with being on a podcast. Being on a podcast is basically having a Zoom call with another human being. That's it. You don't feel the whole big audience. You don't have to impress anybody. You're just having a conversation. And a lot of people hear the word interview and they get a little freaked out, but it's really just a conversation with another person who's asking questions about stuff you probably know the answer to. They're not going to ask you questions to deliberately trip you up for the most part, unless it's that kind of show. Don't get on that, right? But they're they want to know, they're curious. And so it's basically like the conversation you would have with a friend who wanted to know more about your business, or a potential client who was just curious to learn more. And those conversations are usually much more comfortable and easy for people to have. So when you get on a podcast, it's just like that, having a conversation with somebody. And they are my favorite practice stages. Whenever I try out a new talk, I try it out on podcasts first, because I can just have a conversation with one other person and it doesn't feel like a big deal. Not only that, they're asking me questions. So if I'm not clear about something that I'm explaining, they're like, I don't understand. Tell me about that. And I'm like, now I need to be with that information, right?
Yeah. And we had Eric Johnson on yesterday. Yesterday. And he was talking about, that same kind of thing but that it was still the branding piece too, where you're really being authentic, you're really being maybe vulnerable about some things so that people can respond and know that, and just that genuine connection with them. And that really, I really thought about it then, and I thought, man, I wouldn't have to put on makeup, That was like the first thing, I wouldn't have to put on makeup. But you're right. And that's one thing that I've been trying to do, is getting on more podcasts.
Yeah.
I don't have mine yet, but just getting on other people's podcasts, because it is such a great experience. I've done a couple of those now.
Think in terms of, if each podcast has 5,000 to 10,000 listeners, and you could get on 2 podcasts a week, then by the end of the year, you're talking about hitting 1 million potential people.
Wow.
It's powerful. It's amazing to be able to grow your business by just talking to other people. And
so we don't even have to have our own podcast. It's about getting on other people's
don't
stages.
start with your own. That's hard work.
I was thinking, and because I said, well, Eric, I'll get, I want to talk to you, but this is not the right time. But yeah, it's I've had other people tell me the same thing, but I've never had anybody say it in that kind of numbers before. What happens if you do 2 podcasts a week? So I've got work to do.
Well, just 2 shows a week, any shows. It could be a podcast, radio show, TV show, web summit, webinar, virtual stage, Facebook Live, LinkedIn Live. It could be a real live in-person stage that you get to. And for those of you who are still super nervous and don't want to do it, a great way to start is by, when you're at somebody else's event, if they ask, does anybody have a question, to be the one to raise your hand and say, get up and say, I'm Kimberly Crow. I run an event called Speakers Playhouse, and I have this question. And that's the first step of getting on a microphone. My motto is, if someone hands you a microphone, you say yes. I think that's what you were alluding to in the
That's what
beginning.
I was trying to remember the exact,
Yeah.
but I had the essence of it, you know.
Oh, you got it right. You got it right.
Yeah.
But my motto is, if it's not fun, it's not worth doing, right? So
I
make
love
it
that motto.
fun, make it joyful, make it about, and when you're on a stage, it is never as much as we think like they're judging me. Of course you're judging me, right? Like you may think my glasses are funny, or I'm not wearing enough lipstick, or you know,
Right.
like you could be like, she's stumbling over her words. Yes, all that's true. People are judging you all the time anyway.
Sure.
It doesn't matter where you are. And
That's
yes,
true.
but it doesn't matter, because here's the trick. It's not about you. It's about the audience.
Yeah.
It's about how you're helping them. It's about what you're gifting to them by sharing your message with the world. And if you can make a change in somebody else's life by getting on a podcast and just talking about something you love talking about, then you've made a difference in the world. And as a heart-centered entrepreneur, making a difference in the world, kind of what it's all about.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And I think that's the case with all of us who are successful as entrepreneurs, is that we do care about other people. I mean, we wouldn't be in this business if we didn't, you know, and the opportunity to get out there and learn from doing and get those questions back, you know, that's really the most valuable thing. You know, anytime I'm starting something, even a class, I ask people to put their questions up first so that I understand them.
Yeah.
So we are running out of time because I have somebody else coming, and I don't want to say goodbye to you, Kimberly.
No worries. I actually do have, and I'll send it to you in our Facebook chat if you like. I think you're on the Facebook chat, or I can send it to you in email. I actually have a really cool assessment for people to be able to take. It's called the Mike Mastery Scorecard. No matter where you are, it's going to give you a little opportunity to assess yourself and where you are. And then from there, be able to get some suggestions of where to go next. So some ideas for you of what you might want to do as you're struggling or frustrated, what you might be able to do next. And it's
I love those assessments.
Yeah.
The assessments are so good. You know, that's just one of the most valuable things you could give us, Kimberly. So I'm going to be running this again tomorrow. So we will drop in your link and get it all taken care of. And I thank you, because this has just been a summit where technologically just about everything went wrong. But you know, you have to roll with it. You have to roll with it.
And good for you for keeping going.
Yeah. Thank you, Kimberly. And send me that assessment and I will absolutely get it in tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, that was the amazing Kimberly Crow, and I can't wait to give you that assessment tomorrow, because I'm going to rerun this interview, and I'm also going to. There was one other person who now I realize she probably couldn't get on, because I knew she wasn't the type of person who wouldn't be here. She's so committed. So I'm going to extend. I'm going to ask Karen Grill to come on tomorrow, or at least we can try and get her at that time. And if not, I will find a way to get her in front of you. So I want to thank Kimberly, and I want to remind all of you that if you can't, oh, okay, I was in the wrong place. Okay, so that was just amazing, and so we want to get these two people seen by you. I'm going to do my presentation again tomorrow, and I'm kind of glad that not a lot of you saw it, because I was so busy trying to fix the technical problems that my slideshow had some errors. So I am really happy that you are weren't seeing me if you weren't, because I'm going to do it tomorrow, and I will do a much better job, because what I want you to know is that, yes, the algorithms on LinkedIn have taken a sharp turn, and it's changed the way we operate on LinkedIn. And the point I want to make to you is that I'm not showing you the algorithm so you can game the system, because LinkedIn catches on. You know, that every time you start figuring it out, 6 weeks later, there's one thing different, because they try a lot of different things, and they evolve over time. And thank God there are people out there who have the staff and the energy and the ability to go ahead and do all this research. And that's something that, in an earlier life, I worked in higher ed, and I'm a PhD. And so I really appreciate data. Love it. So we're going to take a brief break, and then I will be back with you. So hang on, and I will be back shortly. Hey, folks, we're back live again, and I wanted to let you know that Daniel Sternclaw, who wanted to be here, is stuck traveling. So he asked me to rerun his video that he did last year. So that's what I'm going to do. In the meantime, I wanted to tell you about our next live speaker, Latara Dragoo. She is a master about personal branding, and I recognize that because I'm in the same field. So I can't tell you enough about how valuable that presentation is going to be. So hang on a minute, and I am going to start Daniel. Okay, guys, we've had another technical issue, and unfortunately, our tech guy isn't here. So I will be running this for you later. Thanks. And we have Laura Dragoo coming up later. She's a master personal brand strategist, or she's a personal brand strategist, and she knows her stuff. She will be live at 7:15. So thank you, and we'll be back soon. Hey everyone, Dumont Owen, and our tech problems continue. I've just sent our last speaker, Latara Dragoo, a message hoping that she can find the link and get in because we don't have tech support right now. And things are just kind of going fluey. So, you know, we're doing our best. That's all I can say. And there she is. Yay. Oh my God. Great. She's on. Can you close my door real quick? Hey everyone. Latara Dragoo has shown up. She found her way in because she's a genius and she knows so much about personal branding. And I'll tell you the same thing I've been telling you all day. I'm a brand strategist and so is she. So I know this is going to be good because I know what she does. So let me bring Latara on stage. Hey, Latara.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
I'm going to turn up my sound a little bit. It got turned down. Okay, so how are you?
I am fantastic. How
Great.
are you?
And I didn't get a chance to read your introduction, so I'm going to do it right now. Latara is speaking on the power of personal branding, and she is a digital marketing strategist with a passion, I know this for a fact, for small business owners and coaches overcome their biggest marketing challenges. She has 18 years of experience in the luxury publishing industry, 20 years of experience in marketing and graphic design, and 10 years experience in online marketing. Latara has the skills and the experience to help her clients succeed. Latara specializes in sales funnel design, event launches, social media optimization, and managing tech to ensure clients effectively create a strong online presence and attract their ideal clients. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? Her expertise allows her to provide unique solutions tailored to meet individual client needs. And I had put down here, and they seem to have disappeared. Latara, you sent me the questions, and that's another one of our tech problems.
Oh no.
So let me just ask you. I can't remember what the questions were.
Let's just free flow it. It doesn't have to be.
Let's
any
do it.
particular
Let's
questions.
do it, because
I
that'll
know
be-
you and I could just rap for hours. So
That's absolutely right. So Latara, I want you first of all to tell us how you got here. I know I read a little bit of your journey, but what is it that how did you get to this point, to this master, or personal brand, digital brand strategist,
yes.
and moving on from there?
Okay. All right. So I worked for Dream Homes Magazine for 18 years. That's where the luxury publishing comes in. And I got to work with a bunch of really big brands like Pacific Sotheby's and Marilyn Hoffman International and Hot Living. And there's so many. There's so many. So I got the branding and the marketing from that experience. And when I realized that, everything that traditional marketing stood for, this, we're this iconic magazine, but it's still the numbers are dwindling, and that was a challenge. And we decided to go broad because I was with the company during the 2008 recession. So
Oh wow,
we had like a 500-page Dream Home San Diego magazine, and it went from that's our flagship product to let's diversify to stay afloat. So that's where my first foray into digital marketing came in, because that's when we really ramped up on the website and trying to make memberships on our website work, and trying to go that route of monetizing.
Yeah.
So that was my experience, just launching myself into my own business when I was laid off during the COVID shutdown. And I tried at first to take everything I knew from publishing and make my own, little neighborhood magazine in my local area. And that didn't work either, because as I talked to people, everybody kept on saying the same thing, which was we only have a advertising and marketing budget for digital. So I'm like, okay, I really need to go even further into this digital thing, because this is where it's at.
Yeah.
And I feel like anybody who doesn't get into the digital space is, either floundering or they're on their way out. I'm sorry to say it so harshly,
but that's the truth. And that's the reality of the world we live in now.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and we all know, well, I want you to talk more about the power of personal branding, because that's so so important. And I recognize that. So moving ahead into what you're doing now with your clients, tell me a little bit about your specialties with clients, because you serve particular clients, don't you?
Yes, primarily coaches.
Okay.
Coaches and authors, primarily.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Can you tell us, because I know, but I know our viewers don't know what a personal brand actually is.
I'm so glad you asked that question. Okay, so what I really love about this question is that people think that they know.
It's the tagline. It's the colors.
Yes, exactly. That's, all you need is a logo and 2 colors and you're set, right? No, your personal brand is essentially an extension of you. And when it comes to your personal branding, when it comes to online marketing, that's you expanding yourself into the online space so that you can more effectively market and more effectively sell. And this is one of those things that people don't realize until years into being in business, when they hit that wall and they're going like, why can't I reach this next stage in my growth? And it's because you're not investing in your personal branding earlier on.
Yeah. And so, I know just from my limited experience, because I'm on LinkedIn, it's one of the 4 pillars on LinkedIn for your content.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't understand how to promote a powerful brand, and attract people to it and live it, then it's really going to hinder you, because that's the number one. That's the first one. Your professional brand in the 4 pillars of LinkedIn. So we know it's powerful. So when you get into that digital space, because you are not just on LinkedIn, how do you help your clients? When they come to you, how do you work with them?
Well, first of all, I get to find out what their vision is all about. Like, what are they really trying to do in the world? And that's why I like working with heart-centered influencers and people that are trying to make that impact, because I want to help them bring their vision to reality. And that's the gist of what I do. Everything else is kind of what needs to be done in order to get that to happen.
Okay, so you interview them and then you help them create that brand.
Yes.
And then from there you get them more exposure. Is that a fair way to say it?
Visibility is key.
Okay, so tell me something. How is personal branding different than digital branding?
Wonderful question. Okay, so we as entrepreneurs, coaches, speakers, authors, trying to hit all the targets of your audience here. We are in a very special place where we can have this superpower, and corporations, and I'm talking billions and billions and billions of dollars going through their bottom line every year. These huge corporations, guess what they're doing when it comes to advertising and marketing? They are creating the personal brand.
Are they really?
Think of Flo, the progressive lady.
Yeah.
Anybody who knows who that is knows, wow, okay, yeah, progressive.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a really good.
Geico Gecko.
Oh yeah, all of those. Sure.
Yeah,
They're very,
all trying to create this persona that people can connect with on a human level.
Yeah, on that human level, and that's so important. Yeah, you see those things, and they either appeal to you or they drive you nuts. So we all have our
sometimes.
yeah. I personally don't watch the commercials. I literally zone out while it's on, and my husband will say something about the commercial, and I will not have not seen it. I'm staring at the television, but I am not there. But I do the ones that I have watched. I love the gecko. I love the emu.
Yes, that's a really good one. Yes.
I love the emu. So it's all about being able to create that connection between what they want and what they'll and what the viewers will want, and then creating that image or that character, whatever it is that they will relate to.
Right.
So in that case, they probably need to know, if they're trying to relate to me, they need to know who I am and what I'm about and what my problems and challenges are. So, and that's the whole relevance thing, because we know that, if people are trying to influence their ideal clients, they're trying to, whatever that means, whatever their clients are for them. And I just lost my thought. All the tech problems today. That when we see something that we really relate to, they have to do research.
Mm-hmm.
They do tons of research, don't they?
Exactly. Yeah.
So how does a smaller, like a B2C do that? How do we do our research?
Right. Well, this is a complex question, but you're on the right path there. Of we already, because we're working with people on a more personalized one-to-one basis, oftentimes we are almost more in touch with that person, that audience, that demographic, whatever, than the people that are the corporate bigwigs.
They have to have all the master studies or whatever they do, and they bring together the whole group and get their feedback.
Yes.
But you're right, we are closer to our audience, and if we've been out there for a while, we kind of know what's relevant and what isn't, because we certainly want to hit them with their problems and challenges, because we know that uniqueness, that value that we offer has to be relevant to them. If it's not a problem or a challenge, it's just like spam.
Yeah. Yes. And a little hack here for you is, if you don't know what your target audience is, like if you're stuck on that of trying to figure out who your target audience is, one of the easiest things to do is simply the people that you used to be before you got to where you are now. So they can be you from 5 years ago or you from a year ago. So that's like, if that's something you're hung up on, then you can definitely just go from there and at least try that as an audience, and maybe down the road that can change. That's another thing, is that people think that they're going to be stuck with that audience. You can evolve.
Yes.
Your audience can evolve.
Right.
You can try one route, and if that doesn't work out for you, you can say, okay, well, now I'm going to just pivot here a little bit and change. And that's another thing that we have as entrepreneurs, is that we have that adaptability, the ability to pivot on a moment's notice and just go, okay, I'm going to drop all of this, I'm going to change, go in this new direction. In a corporate world, that's going to be all the red tape, the
Yeah.
hierarchy, everybody agreeing, all the board members agreeing or voting. It's like months and months, if not years, of planning to try to change. It's
Yeah,
like trying to
it's
steer
like
a giant cruise ship.
exactly that I was just
thinking.
thinking. Yeah. And you're running into the bridge.
Right, you're running into the bridge, and then you just buy the bridge and have them bulldoze it. Never mind. I won't go there.
Yeah, I mean, we can take that only so far, but yes, it absolutely is. And so that's a real advantage for us, that we can corner. I can remember when I was a kid, I had a pet rat and okay, I had a pet rat. All right. It was a lab rat. I thought it was a mouse when I got it. Somebody gave it to me in church, and my mother was so upset about this mouse. And so I got the mouse. It grew up to be a rat, and it was a pack rat, and it could escape and go running around the house. Well, we also had a dachshund, and dachshunds hunt rodents, right? So the rat would get out, it would be running around the house, and you'd be in the kitchen, and all of a sudden you would see this streak go by. The rat was running by, and then you'd see the dachshund right behind her, and they'd corner and do all this stuff and skid out, and they were doing pretty well until they got to the door of my room. She'd flatten out and go right under that door, and every time that dachshund smashed into the door. So it's like, learning how to corner. And that's, and I always think of that because I always have that image of them, cornering quickly. And that's what we as smaller entities can do. We adapt much more easily, and one of the things that I've noticed on LinkedIn is that a lot of people have a problem because they've heard the riches are in the niches. But, you can go for your target audience first, and get that because that's a wider swath. And then you can start narrowing it down to what you want. So I deal with a lot of people who all they know right now is that they want to work with small businesses or something, small business owners, and that's their target. Well, that's a way to start, because really you're going to have a broader exposure for a while. And then as you narrow it down, then you develop those more idealized, the ideal client in your niche. Exactly. So I think people get discouraged by that.
Yes. I've heard both ways that you should try to go broad and not narrow down. And then I've also heard that the riches are in the niches. So there's a lot of indecision as a result of information, and people are kind of in analysis paralysis, I think. But one of the things that I would advise anybody wherever they're at is to just go out there and start experimenting.
Yeah. Get in the game.
Yeah, you're not, sectioning yourself off in a little pigeonhole. You're just trying one thing, then trying another thing, seeing what works, what doesn't work, adjusting, tuning, honing that into like the perfect.
Absolutely.
The more you do, the more you're going to get the results and the feedback from, so you can actually start doing that research.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We had Kimberly Crow, a little while ago, and she was saying, that's it. You've got to just go in and start, because people see us where we are now, but they don't realize how many times that we experimented and changed and everything. And that's okay, because it happens to everybody. We can guide them. We can help them with that. But that anxiety, I guess, about finding your perfect, Jay Fairbrother says your purple fish, that unicorn. We get obsessed by that, and we can get paralyzed by it.
Yes.
And just getting out and trying, because, I can't think of anybody who's in our space who hasn't had a few failures along the way, where we headed off in the wrong direction. I mean, when I got out of higher ed, I started doing career coaching because it's all I knew. But, I was one of those typical small business owners. Oh, I'll hang my shingle out and people will find me,
Mm-hmm.
'cause I'm really good. and so, well, I ended up having to shut that business down because nobody found me. And I had to go back and really start figuring out, how do I do that? And
Mhm.
fortunately, someone introduced me to William Aruda, who was big in the personal branding space at the time. And I was able to learn from him, under his wing. And so that kind of put me in the right direction, but it wasn't a direction I would have thought I'd go in. I didn't even know about it. So we all make those mistakes, and we all gravitate, towards, we figure it out eventually. Hopefully sooner than later, that's why you and I exist.
Right.
But we can certainly help them and take some of that anxiety out and take them through kind of a step by step, where they can, it's hard if somebody just starts throwing stuff at you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So take them through that process and lead them through so that they understand.
Yes. And you brought up such a good point, Dumont. People feel like they need to do everything themselves, but if you want to collapse time and make it so that the learning curve is a couple of months instead of 5 years,
Yeah.
then you might just want to reach out to somebody like Dumont, who is a avid professional in what you do. so that's why we're all kind of helping each other climb
Yes.
this rope together,
Absolutely. And one of the themes that has run through this summit so far, well, there are two that have been really big. One is integrity. And I know you, and I know, how you operate, and I know you're coming from integrity. The other one is authenticity.
Yes. Thank you for mentioning that word. Yes, that is definitely
authenticity.
Mhm.
And could you speak to that a little bit in terms
Yes,
of
I'd love
branding?
to. Speaking of superpowers, this is another reason why personal brands are actually more powerful than corporate brands. It's because you have that person, that figurehead that you are the embodiment of your business. You're the
Right.
face of your business. So being authentic is one of those things that's the easiest thing to do, because it's going to come natural to you because you're just being you, right? And that's where people are going to be attracted to you. That is what is making you unique. You're not going and talking to some faceless wall saying, yeah, I want a digital marketing strategist, or I want a LinkedIn specialist. I want to work with that person.
Yeah, and that's what you do. And it's so true. We had Ben Joya on earlier, and he does books in 5 weeks, and he was talking about all the things that go on, and he was talking about authenticity, and that you really have to go through that and really understand it. And for so many of us, we went through a period where, well, being somebody else sounded a lot better, and they were doing well, so we copied what they were doing, and that doesn't get you very far.
Right.
You really have to be yourself, and I always say, in terms of personal branding, flaunt your quirks, because
I like that a lot.
because it's those little quirks that make us interesting. I developed my sense of humor from reading years and years of the Harvard Lampoon. And so people either think I have a weird sense of humor, or somebody said a highly evolved sense of humor. And then the next person said, well, they're the same thing. So I don't know how true that is, but if people appreciate that kind of humor, then they'll enjoy working with me. If not, no, they probably won't. And that's okay.
Exactly.
Because if we have our brand and we know what our point of view is going out, and that's another big thing that we need to be able to explain, is our point of view. Because so often I see people who are afraid to take a different tact than other people are, to stick to their point of view and make that real. And I always go back to, and this tells you how old I am, definitely. I go back to years ago when I was a kid, and there were two sisters in the newspapers. I'm old enough to remember newspapers, and they were Ann Landers and Dear Abby, and they were advice columns working for two different syndicates. But they had something very much in common, and that was they had a well-honed point of view. They didn't agree with you. They would slap you down if you asked the wrong question. They would give you their point of view, and you might hate it or you might love it, but you kept going back because you saw this, and you realized that you could go to them and love them or hate them, but they really kept you entertained. And you really got something out of it. Another one was Miss Manners, and she would come on and teach everybody manners, and that was another one that was going on. So that point of view is really important.
Yes. Yeah. And just having that personality.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're right. I think there's a lot of people out there that are afraid to speak their truth out there in the world because they're afraid of what others might think. It's going to be a polarizing thing. When you do go out there and you speak your mind, you are going to be polarizing. You're going to be repelling some people, but you're most likely going to be repelling the people that you wouldn't want to work with in the first place, while you are magnetizing the people to you that will be a right fit client for you.
Yeah, exactly. And that piece about the branding is we do attract those people,
Exactly.
because they are our purple fish or unicorn or whatever you want to call them. And one of the things that I always tell people is that if people aren't finding you, they're out there. Your ideal clients are out there. They just aren't finding you. And that's what you need to work on. You need to help them find you, and because we know they exist.
Exactly.
And that's such a big piece of it.
Yes. Wow. Well said. I love the way you said that. You're helping them find you, which means you are performing, attraction marketing versus, banging on people's doors and,
Right.
trying to, trying to reach out to people, right? But you don't want to seem desperate. So the personal branding is the piece that makes it so they're seeking you out instead of you trying to seek them out. But you're right when you said you are helping them find you, because you don't want to mistake attraction marketing with not being active in connecting with people. That connection piece still has to be happening. Otherwise, they're
absolutely,
like putting up a website and then hoping people land on it. Organic.
No SEO, no nothing is sitting there. In fact,
you have to put a link to it,
And I have to tell you, my first website ever was built by someone who was, took my money basically and didn't put in any of the safeguards or anything. So within a matter of months, my website had been invaded. They hacked it and were sending out all this porn and everything. And I couldn't figure out how to get it. It's what you hear people say about Facebook sometimes. They got hacked on Facebook.
Right.
So it was a nightmare, and I just don't tell anybody about it, and I'm going to hope my tech guy can take it down at some point, because there are a whole bunch of people out there who think I'm really racy.
Wow.
Talk about misguided, and not knowing what you're doing. And so now I have an app that I use, and it has a companion website, so that whenever I update my app, it automatically gets on that website. So any of the SEO and all of that stuff is shared between the two.
Brilliant.
And we all have to learn how to deal with Google, and we all have to learn how to deal with Bing and all of those things. And sometimes that can be really confusing. It's one of those things that because we do help our clients, we do help our clients do that kind of attraction, but they have to, it's absolutely, they have to be reaching out to people, understanding their problems. You know, you really have to understand their problems. And then, yes, you can do content marketing, you know, and it doesn't have to be a chore.
Exactly.
You know, we all know about the rise of AI, and certainly there are things that it can help us with tremendously. You know, if we have the right prompts and can go in there, you know, and you know, like I remember my mentor one time, he had just gotten into AI, and he did one group session with us where he told us how to go in and create a year's worth of content with these prompts. And I it was the funniest story, Latara, because I was going to a conference that he was going to, and I walked out the wrong terminal, you know, and so I'm there calling Uber, and they're saying, no, we got there, and I'm saying, no, you're not here, I don't see you. I mean, it was just crazy. And all of a sudden I hear this familiar voice behind me, and it was him. It
Wow.
was him. And so he drove me there. Yeah, he let me share his Uber with him. And I told him at the time, I said, you know what? I created a whole year's worth of content. And that had been like since Wednesday when I'd seen him, you know, and it was just like, yes, if you have the right way to work with AI, you know, it's a tremendous, you know, help. I wouldn't ask AI to write an article for me, but I'll sure ask it about the, you know, different pain points and, you know, outline different projects and, you know, purposes and all of that. It's great for it. But you really do have to start from yourself.
Exactly.
And know
Yes.
what you
There
want
needs to be that
say.
human element in there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're seeing that, you know, some people understand that there has to be a human voice and other people don't. And you can't, you're not going to lose your job to AI, but you could lose your job to someone who knows how to use it.
Exactly.
Um,
Yes. I say
yeah.
that all the time.
Yeah, and so we're all using it to save time and do cool stuff for us and all of that. And I know that you have a summit coming up about saving time, right?
Yes.
That's very
Yes.
shortly,
Yes.
because I'm going to be on it, folks. I'm so
Woohoo!
yes.
Yay!
Yeah, Latara. I mean, that's one of those things, you know, that we all need, because we need to become more and more efficient. You know, I work with one VA, and I only work with him 2 days a week, so he's off duty now. And we've been, you know, kind of running back and forth. I finally figured out some of the stuff that he had told me before, but that's not my natural place. I'm not a techie, and we have to know our limitations too. So,
Right.
so I'll bet you have people talking about how to use AI to save time.
Yes. Yes. For sure.
And that's wonderful, because it can, and I'm learning stuff all the time that it can do, you know, that are other time savers. I mean, you can make it into your assistant. You can do so many things. And it's just a matter of learning enough to be able to handle it right. And,
Yes.
you know, really that human voice is that filter that you have to have. And because it is about personal connection. You know, it is about that networking, and it is connecting. So yeah, that's one of the big time savers. And I really appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to your summit. I can't wait.
Yeah, no, I'm when you mentioned there has to have that human element, it's almost like a perpetual motion machine. Like they've never actually come up with a perpetual motion machine because it needs that initial, you're knocking over the domino or whatever it is.
Whatever it is,
There
absolutely.
needs to have that human intervention before any of it works.
Right, exactly. Somebody has to lay it out, right? You know, there has to be a starting point. Yeah,
Yes,
and I
yes.
think so many people get lost with everything that's out there. You know, that is so easy to get lost, and you can't use AI to establish your brand any better than you can do anything else. It's not going to create your brand for
Exactly.
you.
yeah, you can season AI to speak in your voice. That,
Yes.
you know, but it's, yeah, you don't want to just take it raw and
Yeah.
unfiltered.
I just went into Chat GPT and made it my agent, so that it could do that, and somebody else taught it to me. I didn't come up with that idea. It's watching other people and learning from other people, which we all do, thank God. And they showed me how to create a personal agent,
That's
that
brilliant.
would handle all of that, and that knew my tone of voice, and that, that did all that. And it's really, really helpful. But when we're starting out, we don't realize those things.
Yeah.
Somebody has to kind of guide us through it.
Right.
We have to learn about the prompts. So what has this done? This huge burst. How is that affecting the clients who come to you?
Wow. Okay. So there's so much in that. I have personally found that AI is giving my brand wings. It's like Red Bull for my marketing, because it's just making, like you said, it's collapsing time. It's saving me so much time. And once I get my clients to wrap their brain around, tech isn't this big scary thing. It's actually here to help you. So that includes all the tech stuff, like the automations you mentioned, posting here and it's automatically going over here too. That's great because you want consistency over the different platforms. And the automation,
you have to recognize how those platforms work.
Right. Yes.
Because they're all different.
Yes.
And
it's like
I have,
marketing efforts on
personally,
steroids.
I have issues with Facebook, but I'm a realist too. I don't actually do anything on Facebook other than stream to my one profile. But there's so many groups that I'm members of who are on Facebook, and it's a reality. Because I work on LinkedIn and they have terrible groups. So don't tell anybody I said no. But I mean, their groups, they used to have amazing groups, and then they stopped promoting that, and they took away all the individualities. So there are a lot of spam. A lot of the groups are really spammy. So I tell people, if you're going to go to the groups, and that's a great strategy to go to the groups and get involved, but look for ones that are having a discussion, not just promoting their events. And there are a lot of them like that. So it's
I don't try to, I use Facebook more as a connection piece. I think you're right there with me there on that idea.
And it's a great place to keep up with my high school friends. It's a great place to keep up with my high school friends. And I know for a while there, I kept telling my one friend, because I knew she was being hacked, because I'd see 3 different versions of her. And I go, no, this isn't right. And they weren't who she really was. I knew that they were just hacking her account. And so you have to be careful with that. LinkedIn, it doesn't happen as much. I've only known one person who got hacked, but I'm sure there are other people who have. Yeah, and most of us who have been on LinkedIn and learned all the tricks have been put in LinkedIn jail at least once. Because we made a boo-boo. And I got put in LinkedIn jail because I forgot that I had at one time talked about having a company called the Dumont Group, and I saw something for the Dumont Group and reported them that they had hacked me. So they put me in LinkedIn jail.
Oh my gosh.
And I had turned myself in, basically.
Oh no.
So
oh boy.
Do as I say, not as I do. We can make those.
Learn from our lessons.
Yeah. And things have changed so much in the world in terms of digital marketing and personal marketing, because it really is all about engagement and building those relationships and getting that going. Because with the people that we serve, that's the way that they're going to get their clients, is by creating those relationships and moving forward with those. So, it really does make a difference in terms of how we operate. I can remember, when I was using Buffer a lot, and there are some other ones that are like it, that would
Right.
post to multiple sites. So what did the sites do? They all started creating things where you could schedule on them directly. Now if you're on, 6 different platforms, then yeah, I would probably go with Buffer, or there's another one too, and I can't think of the name of it right now, but they're like that, where they will post in multiple places for you and do all that. And that's great. There are also, if you're talking about CRMs and what do I want to call it? Platforms like Go High Level or Kajabi, all of those different things, those all work differently too. But once you understand how that platform works, and get the understanding there, then you can move forward.
Mhm.
But we have to know the way forward. And
Exactly.
that's again where, we have mentors, that's how we got here. And I mean, it's not a journey that you can make alone. Now there are easier ways. We all have, our entry level kinds of, areas, and then move up. But it's something that we have to do. We have to help them and lead them step by step through it. And once they do that, yes, it does save years. It really does save years. And I know I was talking to Kimberly Crow earlier. Kimberly, she's the rocket fuel, entrepreneurs rocket fuel, and all the speaking things and everything. And she was saying, we have to be willing to fall on our face occasionally. We have to be willing to go out there and put ourselves out there. And since we're not perfect people, I mean, who wants to really take advice from a perfect person? I don't, if they're perfect people, I'm not going anywhere near them.
Yes, isn't that odd? Isn't that odd? We want the flawed character almost. We want that person that's vulnerable, that's sharing
Yes.
that they struggled in the past and then they overcame it, because that's a more
Yeah.
powerful connection than,
It
oh, I never
absolutely
struggled
is.
with that.
Yeah, and I know that, and it's so important for us to tell our story. And mine involves falling down the stairs and fracturing my pelvis. And I
Ooh.
didn't, it was really weird, because for a year after that, I was on walkers and crutches and different things like that. But about a year later, I said to my husband, wait a minute, I keep saying I fell on the first step. I don't think I fell on the first step. I think I was higher up. And he said, yeah, you are much higher up than that. And I said, did I fracture my pelvis in more than one place? And he said, yeah, 5 of them. I actually was going through, what do they call that? That people who are coming back in, like someone coming back from a war, and they have this
PTSD.
PTSD. Yeah, that was what was happening to me. And so
Wow.
now I understand it, because my body was not going to let me remember, and my mind was not going to let me confront it
Wow.
until I did. And by the time I confronted it, I was okay with it.
Oh,
But
wow.
it's just, so coming out of that, that's when I had to rebuild my business. Because I literally couldn't function for a year. I
Wow.
was on painkillers and going through heavy therapy and all that, physical therapy. And so I had to come back, and when you come out of something like that, out of the story, that you've got to go with whatever you can to get through it. And that was when I came back and I said, wow, I've been helping people on LinkedIn all these years. That's probably the place I need to go. And so I built my business on there, whereas you went through a different path, and you brought that to people,
Yeah.
and to the clients you serve. Real quick, we've been having a technical meltdown,
Oh, no.
and Yeah, it's been something, but I want to see. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're going to. Whoop, hold on, I just lost you. Come on, where'd it go? Here we go. Okay. That's the kind of thing I've been doing all day because I'm going back and forth, and it's been so stressful because I'm not a tech, but I
Right.
think I figured out, I at one point told you I needed you to help me with YouTube. I think I finally figured it out. But you know so much, and you're so knowledgeable and so helpful that I really want people to know about you and to
Aw.
know what you can help them with. So I hope, because the summit has had some technical problems, I'm hoping that you will come. I'm starting my streaming again on LinkedIn. I have a lucrative LinkedIn Live, but I interview people from a lot of different areas. I only do some of them about LinkedIn.
Mhm.
So in fact, I'm thinking of starting a second one that would be the Digital Marketing Edge.
I love
So
it. Love it.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So that's what I'm thinking, is I will have two different ones, and I'll alternate them. I'll go with the Digital Marketing Edge one week, and I'll go with Lucrative LinkedIn Live the next week.
Mhm.
Because that would be a really great place, because there are so many cool people who are on these summits, and I want to get all of you more recognition,
Aw.
so we can do that, and we help each other out that
Yes.
way, don't we? I mean, there has been a person on this summit that I didn't know really well, and I knew what they were coming, the point of view that they were coming through. So we have had a wide wandering kind of path here with the interview, but it has been so much fun. It was actually more fun to kind of freelance it.
I think so too.
know,
Speaking of authenticity and vulnerability and
That's right.
all these things we're talking about,
That's right. So
failing
world, I'm not,
forward.
yeah, I'm not technically oriented. That's been exposed. So Latara, I really want you to come on the show.
I would
And I'm
love to.
going
I
to
would
be
be
sending
honored
you an invitation as soon as we get it up and running. And you know who's going to be my co-host on that show is Ramesh Duvangan.
to.
Do you
Okay.
know Ramesh?
Yes. Mhm.
And so because he knows all the CRM stuff and everything. So we're going to do at least one of those, with him being involved too. So
Awesome.
I think it'll be a lot of fun. So Latara, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I will register for the summit and get my stuff into you.
Time Hackers Summit.
That's
Be
right.
sure and
That's
join
right.
us.
That's right. So it won't take me a long time, but yeah, I'm just so excited. So thank you.
This was such an honor, and I loved having this conversation with you. I'm actually kind of glad that because of the tech glitches, we ended up just having a natural conversation. I love it.
And that's and what else do you want, right? So that's what happens. And so the next time when I see you on your summit, we'll all already be warmed up.
Exactly.
So listen, Latara, I'm going to let you go. It's getting late, and we don't want to run too late. So
Right. Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye, my friend. Okay, folks, that was Latara Dragu. And if you didn't get to see her now, you are going to see her on my live stream. So we will run some of these videos I will bring back, and I will run them for you so that you have an opportunity to see them. Because yes, if you're missing it, I would really advise you to get the VIP ticket. And I know that you're not hearing it right now, but yes, you can get the VIP ticket. That will have all the recordings from the summit, and it will have the transcripts, and it will have the key takeaways from each one of our speakers. You'll get an ebook with that, and then there are tons of VIP gifts. So if you are listening to this now, What I would like you to do is just remember that that VIP ticket is available. So I'm going to grab that for you. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, it's in there. So, folks, it's been a technical nightmare, but we've had some great conversations. And I really want to see you here tomorrow because we're fixing the problems that we had. One of them was that we lost our connection with LinkedIn. So I'm going to go repost that so that you can see it on LinkedIn. And we'll also message those of you who are registered so that you can get that link. So I'm not happy about the technical aspect, but we had such great speakers. And tomorrow we're starting a whole bunch more. And those of you who missed my talk on LinkedIn algorithm mastery, I'm going to repeat it tomorrow. I was going to do something else, but this is important. And I really want you to know it. So until tomorrow, this is Beaumont Owens saying ta-ta for now.